Hello, hello, hello. How we doing? Guitar Lil and Chloe, I hope you are both well. It's the final day. It will 100% be the final day, and I may or may not have been watching another stream. I've taken to watching, while I've been AFKing on here, I've kind of taken to watching Ziddick. I still love these screens, by the way. And Elfie as well, the important bit, we got Elfie's screen at the top. I hope Ziddick doesn't mind me having his stream on in the background. But how are we all doing? As per usual, I did quite a bit yesterday, but not as much crafting as I would have liked. I was going to do a bunch of the pulsar things. I didn't. We had 11 at the end of the stream, and we now have 12. One of the reasons for that was because we were very rapidly running out of else. So one of the big things I've had to do, and one of the biggest things I've actually done off stream, was I had to completely redo the else stuff. Like all of this stuff, that just wasn't going quickly enough. So I moved everything to multi-blocks. And unfortunately, we're running into another problem now in that we aren't making enough saturated water to process everything. And it's actually a really annoying system, which punishes you for getting lucky. It kind of punishes you for getting lucky. Basically because the else, where are the seeds? Yeah, these Eltic crystal seeds are luck-based. You got a 25% chance of those and 5% chance of the inert dust mixture. The inert dust mixture gets sifted and then processed into the dusty powder. And then you go through a bunch of other stages. And then another part of this is the inert clumps. These give you the saturated water. But for some reason, which should work out, like mathematically should work out with you getting enough saturated water for everything. But if you get lucky with the amount of things that you get, you don't end up with not enough saturated water, and there is literally no other way to make saturated water. So that's mildly annoying. Yeah, feel free to keep using the Discord as usual. Like, you are more than welcome. I will not be very active on there. I'll still see what's going on, and if things need to be taken care of, what have you, I will be there to do it, but I won't be interacting much with the Discord. But yeah, no, just feel free to keep using the Discord, how you have been doing so far. Hey, Ray, how you doing? It's been a while. It is good to see you. Yeah, one of the things we have kept, well, there's a few things that I ran into problems with. I started running out of curium again. I had to do something about that because we needed the curium for making the else. So what I ended up doing was making a bunch of this stuff, the HEP241. Because that is where we've been getting most of our curium from. And we had a bunch of the stuff for it, so I just made a few thousand of those. And then just fed them through here. And that gave us more curium to allow things to keep going. Other than that, I just spent a bunch of time... Oh, we're running out of cadmium as well. Other than that, I just spent a bunch of time making the dormant infinity compound ingots. So that's what I spent most of the time doing yesterday. Today, we've got to get everything else done. First thing we want to do, though, is there's a couple of multi-blocks I would like to make. They're not going to be super useful, but they will be nice to have, and we kind of need them for the quests anyway. So, doing fine, praying for a super typhoon or super... Oh, damn. Well, make sure you stay safe, Ray. Have you got somewhere, like, safe to be? Like, are you kind of prepared for this kind of weather in any way? But yeah, this is where we left off yesterday. We just have, there's 32 platings around the outside of here, these things. The Serene Infinity Catalyst we already have. We have the final creative energy data in the other dimension. And then we just need 7 of these Monic processor mainframes. And that is all we got left to craft. So, and then we've obviously just got to finish mopping up the rest of the quests and stuff like that. So yeah, first things first, I want to get the helical fusion reactor made. And the quintessence infuser. These are 2 multi-blocks. The helical fusion reactor we don't strictly speaking need. But A, it looks really cool, and B, we can use it to make Einsteinium. Rather than sending out microminer missions. It's not the microminer missions are difficult in any way, but in fact, that brings, actually, how annoying are they to make? If I wanted to make, say, 128 of those, how long would that actually take? I'm preparing, and this is the second time in a row got hit by a typhoon in 2 weeks. Oh, damn. Well, make sure you're staying safe and, well, I was going to say indoors, but wherever is safe, I guess. Oh, okay, so the Einsteinium is actually not really a problem at all. Anyway, we're still going to make these because we need them for the quest. Ooh. Oh, the Fusion Reactor Mark III we still have. Although that might actually... I feel like that the Fusion Reactor Mark III recipe might cause a problem. So I might need to do something about that. And then everything else is mostly fine. Oh, did you manage to get the high-octane gasoline sorted then? Guitar Lilin, did you manage to get it all done? I did just in time for bed. Nice. Congrats. Are you intending to use the Gene gasoline for fuel? Oh, God. Press the right buttons, Chach. Stu for the quest so far? That's fair. One of the things I did do this morning is... I'm going to show you. Not that there's a lot to see. I did switch out all of the hatches on these for UEV ones, just because it allows us to get more items in there in one go, which means we can do more recipes in parallel. Right. It's the Fusion Reactor Mark III, I'm assuming we've got in here. Because I'm pretty sure this is going to run into problems. Because I took out some of the fluids needed for it, and the other recipe I did that with, it caused problems. So I'm going to redo this with all of them, and hope that that doesn't cause any problems. I think everything else is fine. All right. You're going there, and you're going there. How things are in my country? I mean, our country is as screwed up as it ever is. We haven't got the extreme weather, but it's still a shit show here, in all fairness. Right, helical fusion reactor. Let's see if you craft without any issues. You got lured into terra firma, Greg, and now you're just sat in a hole waiting for day. I started to play a little bit with terra firma, Greg, not too long ago. I've avoided it for so long because I didn't like the idea of like all the waiting and things having to be very precise with a lot of the way terra firma craft is done. But I don't think it's as bad as my brain is telling me it is. And the little bit that I played, I really enjoyed. Except the cave-in kind of mechanic. I like it for when you're actually caving and like it when you're mining. I think it makes sense there. But in terms of building, it's horrible because it makes it so difficult to actually build. Hey, Squizzed. I've been trying to cook. Nice. What kind of things you been cooking? Fried rice with buttered prawns. That sounds pretty good. Although I'm not a huge fan of prawns. Or any kind of seafood, really. Oh, did you still break? Did you still bloody well break? By the way, we're not... While we may only have a few things left to craft now, we are not out of the woods yet. Wait. Where are the fluids gone? Huh? Hold on. Did I screw that recipe up? Ah, see, I knew this was going to happen. Wait, why are you even in there? You should be in that one. What? Oh, God, I'm so confused. I'm so confused. All right, I did save that recipe with that. Yeah, that's... It's not put the fluids in. Oh, wait a minute. Is this one of those situations where it's kind of I think this might be what pattern buffers do. I think they cache a particular recipe. And if you change that recipe, it still defaults to the old one. I also don't understand why it's putting it in that pattern buffer and not that one, but okay, so we're not out of the woods yet in terms of things going wrong. Yeah, it's not got any of the fluids in there. Like, none of the fluids are in there. Wait, that's the fusion reactor Mark 1. Oh! I changed the fusion reactor Mark 1 recipe, not the Mark 3. That explains that. Okay, that was just me being a dumbass. Whoops. That's fine. We can fix this. And Squiz with the 5-stream streak. How am I doing? I'm doing all right today. I'm still feeling... I've been waking up for the last week or so. I've been waking up feeling, like, really nauseous. Which has kind of sucked, but... Okay, now the helical fusion reactor has decided it doesn't want... Oh, wait a minute. Wait. Wait. Oh, no, we don't have UIV power in here at the moment, do we? Well, shit. Okay, well, that's annoying. I honestly don't know how the streaks work exactly. It's never really been something that's bothered me anyway. It's like... I get that it's a way for Twitch to essentially kind of farm engagement from people, but... Yeah, right. So all we should need to do is we take those out. Do that. Ta-da! We have a helical fusion reactor. Nice. Right, now what else do we need for this thing? I'm gonna be very focused today, by the way, especially in this first part, because I don't want the making of these multi-blocks to take too long, because they're not overly important. But I do need to get them done. You know, we've got streak steps on some channels up until the last few weeks. Asanan, hello. And Hideyoshi as well, hello. Yeah, I know, Hideyoshi. Like I say, we're not actually likely to be using this anyway. So, it doesn't really matter. I just want to make it because it's going to look cool. How many things left? This is all we got left to craft. So basically, we've got 3 of the Monix. Hang on, let's get the stuff on the the Bulk Spar. We've got 7 of those Monic processor mainframes to do, and then just 32 of these causality exempt Monic heavy platings to craft, and then that's basically it. The last creative energy one we have is we already have over here. I'm going to create at least one of each of the creative energy things before we use it up anyway. And then the serene catalysts, we can just use the ones we're using to make infinity ingots. And then that's everything. Then we're done. All right, we do need 96 Omnic Matrix coils. Or another 86. Maybe a little more than that. I'm not sure. It depends, because there's a lot of these things are going to take a while to craft, because like each of these microverse missions is going to take 210 seconds. That's what, 7 minutes? No. Is that right? No. That isn't right. 3.5 minutes. I don't know how I got 7 minutes from that, but yeah, like each of those is going to take like 3.5 minutes. We've only got to send 8 of them out though, so it's not that bad. And then these, we've still got to make all the Monium. Yeah, we like Monium wise, we currently only have 25, but that is what we've been needing the these things for. We're probably going to need another 5 or 6 of these, at least, because that's what 12 stacks. That's what 640, 128, 768. And we need about like 1,000 or so. So we still need to make a few more of these. So we should probably start those crafting as well. While we're waiting. But we'll definitely, one way or another, we will definitely be done today though. Right, so we've got those. We need 76. Oh my god, I hate the fact that these are so laggy. 76 activate netherite frames. Be back later, but little Miss Moss has a vet appointment. She's already hates it. Oh no, I hope she's okay. Is Ruby okay before you go? If you don't come back, you know who did it. I mean, that sounds about right. Yeah, activated netherite is still what the thing that's like slowing us down the most, I think, at the minute. One thing I do need to do, actually, and I meant to do before I started doing this, is I want to upgrade the hatches we have in these. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to do as many recipes in parallel, because there just won't be enough space in them. It's 24 just for the missions, though. We have to craft everything else that goes into those as well. So, like, we have to craft the corrupted universe datas, or the universe creation data, the shattered universe datas. We need to craft all of this stuff and get all the monium for it. There's a lot to go. I need another injection for her benign cyst to go down. Overall, she's okay. Just some bald spots and lightly uncomfy. Well, hopefully she's okay, and hopefully you give her some treats when she gets back from the vets. Yeah, activated netherite is still one of my biggest problems right now. Oh, also, I needed to request more tetrahedrite, because we are going to be running out of cadmium fairly soon, which we need for the elts. All right, see you in a bit, quiet. What day is it today anyway? Is it Thursday? Yeah. Right, okay, so what else do we need for this thing? Is there anything that we can actually do while we're waiting here? I don't even know that there is. Oh, we did run out of snowballs as well last night, so I had to fix that. Yeah, this needs to be fixed. We need to be able to have more items in here, in both of these. So if we just make a couple of UEV input buses, that should help. All right, no worries, Squiz. Make sure you put in the studying first. That's the important bit. Right, I need to wait till everything's done in here, which it appears that it is. Right, now please don't put anything into my hatches for a moment. I broke the wrong thing. Oh, there's something in there. Oh, it's Naquader alloy. Okay, let's get rid of that. Give me a minute to do this. There we go. Right. It shows where your priorities lie. Right, there is the activated netherite frames. 178 atomic alloy casings.
Oh, I see. Running away, eh? You yellow bastard!
Was that done already? Oh, damn, that was actually done pretty quickly. I might have to change the corrupted universe data as well to be... so we can get a few of those going with each mission. Do I have any of... how many tier 9 microminers do I have? Oh, I've got enough tier 9 microminers to send 4 out at a time. Okay, that's not too bad. Yeah, we can speed that up a little bit. I think I've got to say, I've actually, like, with the end game of this, like, as much as we keep running into problems with things, I really like the idea of, like, trying to find ways of optimizing the whole production lines. Oh, I did upgrade the hatches on these as well to 16 amp UEV ones. Why are we not getting the Naquader alloy, though? Oh, crap. Hold on. Did I? Wait a minute. Why are you not working? What did I break? Oh, shit. I didn't put the... which one's which? These are circuit 2, aren't they? I forgot to put the circuits in. That's what's wrong. Oh. Hey, there we go. That was a lot quicker with the casings. Beautiful. Hypochlorous acid, not hydrochloric acid. It's an easy mistake to make. How's Ziddick getting on, anyway? We've still got Ziddick playing, by the way. Oh, God. I've literally just face planted the screen. Hey, Reese. I think I might need to turn this off, though. It's probably not going to be doing my FPS any good. All right, so what else do we need? How many energy hatches do we need? Do all the energy hatches have to be the same tier? I'm never sure. Do all the energy hatches have to... Oh my God, I hate this so much. No, it has between 1 and 16. So just one. We're going to have to replace the other energy hatches, I guess, with atomic casing, but that's fine. If we just use one UEV 16 amp. Can't teleport in through the screen. Dang it. We can try. Right, so we need a maintenance hatch and parallel hatch. Oh my God, I hate those so much. Those previews are great and all, but they are so laggy. We probably should look at making the 4K parallel hatches, but... right, so... Oh my God. Stop looking at it, Chach. Is that 14 fusion glass? I don't know, I can't... No, it's... No, not responding. Yeah, so 14 fusion glass, and how many of the bioalloy ones? 104. Right, could somebody remember 14 fusion and 104 bioalloy? Because I don't want to go back to that preview again if I can help it. Although I'm going to have to, because I need to find out where the controller is. Wait, so there's still 2 more of those coming? I thought it was 14. Wasn't it 14 fusion glass we needed? I've already forgotten. How many fusion glass did we need? Reese with the 5-stream streak as well. All right, I'm going to have to turn Ziddick off. I'm sorry, Ziddick. Right, I'm going to have to look at the preview again. Wish me luck. It was 14. Why have I only got 12 then? And where is the control? Oh, so the controller's... Oh, the controller's in the middle. How big is this thing? You can't pan these either, can you? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So 23 blocks tall? Oh, it probably will be wall shareable, but we're never going to need more than one of them. We don't even need one of them, honestly. No, it's for creating... Well, it's basically just a giant fusion reactor. It's for creating various materials via fusion. We don't actually need it. The only thing we might potentially use it for, is Einsteinium, but we don't even really need it for that. Right, what else is crafting right now? I need those to finish, which they're not going to at the moment because we're... Oh god, what are we waiting on? Why is europium... Why are we not getting europium in here? Oh dear, things have broken. What's broken, and why have they broken? I don't know why the europium is not working. Or is it? Oh no, I think it is. I think I'm just being impatient. Oh yeah, I'm just being impatient, that's all. It's fine. Oh, I did realize that this had stopped working yesterday as well, by the way. This still had a regular maintenance hatch on it, so it had finally broken, and it needed repairing. I just obviously had never got to a point where I needed to switch out the maintenance hatch. Because it had obviously been set up before we got the auto maintenance hatches. Alright, what are you waiting for now? I actually do not know. Is stuff stuck in here? Okay, why has that just got liquid soldering alloy and liquid omnium in there? What recipe had... Oh. I'm a dumbass. That's why. Oops. That's fine. Hey, Rage. How you doing? Right. What is slowing what down? Oh, you're waiting on ruthenium, trinium, americium, neutronate. Which I guess we should probably... Are those actually going through, or... Oh, yeah, they are. They're just... You just can't see it. That's all. Okay, that's fine. That is okay. We have a lot of stuff to craft. We have a whole lot of stuff to craft. All right. What did we say? It was 23 blocks across for that. Well, 23 blocks tall. How many blocks do we have available? What am I looking for? Netherrack. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Okay, it's literally going floor to ceiling. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So that will be the center. That will be the actual center point. Right, there's bioalloy casing. That's most of what we need. I think we might need a few more atomic casings, though. So it looks like these would be either atomic casings or... Yeah, let's just make another, I don't know, 32 of those. That's probably there's way more than we will need, but... All right, and how wide is this? So it's got 1, 2, 3, 4. So 9 by 9. So it would come out to... Oh, you pillock. Oops. I didn't mean to break it. So the center block. So to there. Right, that would be the front center. And I think this is like 1 block. The controller will be 1 block out from that. Now, the next thing is, can I rotate this? That is a chunky multi-block. Holy fuck. But it looks like that's actually in the right place. Right? That looks pretty... Oh, no, that's not centered, is it? That's the wrong side. Oh, no, because that goes like 2 blocks back, doesn't it? That would go... here, because it's not like on the edge, is it? So would that be... I think that's about centered, right? Right, we are actually going to... We're not going to play the usual game of figure out where it's put the hatches this time. We're just going to put the hatches separately. Actually, we're not even going to make the hatches. I'm just going to use a pattern buffer for it. I think. A pattern buffer is probably the best way to go, so we don't actually need 2 hatches. Or we shouldn't need 2 hatches. Famous last words. But we'll take out the maintenance hatch, power, parallel control. Everything else can stay where it is. We do need an outputs hatch as well. Which we already have, apparently. Right. Oh, God, have I lost my... No, I was going to say, have I lost my terminal again? I had to make another one the other day because I lost the damn thing. Right. Let's... that should be out of the way. Okay. Now to figure out... Wait. It doesn't put the fusion glass in. I want the fusion glass in there. It looks like those can be fusion glass. Can all of those be fusion glass? So yeah, 3, 6, 9, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, so I'm not gonna I'm only gonna do these ones, I guess. Oh gee, where did that go? Come back here. I don't even know if this thing's gonna form, honestly. It obviously hasn't yet, but right. It does look. Do the coils light up as well? Because if the coils light up, that's gonna be so nice. I assume they do. All right, so if I'm gonna put the energy hatch back here. I put a pattern buffer at the front. And output hatch there. I'm assuming this did need a maintenance hatch, right? And I'm assuming we can put the maintenance hatch in pretty much anywhere. Okay, so we are still missing stuff. Or... shouldn't that all be just fusion case? Wait, what? Yeah, that should all be fusion casings. How do we not have enough fusion casings? By the way, I feel like half of the stream today is going to end up being just trying to figure out why this multi-block isn't forming. I'm just going to say that now. Because we don't need, I think, all of the hatches. Oh, there was 8. Oh, I didn't get all of the atomic casing out. That's why I didn't do it. Well, that's one of the reasons. This is the downside, I think, to multi-blocks this size. Like, they're really cool and all, but troubleshooting them... Like, I don't want to make another 15 UEV bloody hatches. And it wouldn't be so bad if this wasn't so laggy. Oh, do the energy hatches have to be on these bits? Ah, that might explain part of it. So it looks like the energy hatches need to be in these bits. I don't think that's going to be the only thing, but... Oh, wait, hang on. We're missing more casings here as well. How am I so many casings missing? What I want to know. Okay, it does not look like that's the only thing. Okay. So it looks like any of these can be casings. Or can be hatches. Same with those. So the maintenance hatch should be fine there. Looks, it did look like any of these could be hatches, so those should be fine. I guess the only thing we could do is I tear the whole thing down and build it up layer by layer. I really hate troubleshooting these. Like, those can be solid or glass. And the fact that we're building it sideways as well also makes it a little awkward. Are we going to just have to tear this thing down and rebuild? I'm not seeing any more missing casings here. Because it does say, when it comes to the energy hatches, between 1 and 16. So we should be fine with 1 energy hatch. It shouldn't need all 16. Hmm. Can I get this back to full thing? Right. Let's have a look. So, output hatch is a minimum of 1. Parallel control hatch is a maximum of 1. Oh, so it does actually need 2 input hatches. Okay. That could well be all it was. I don't think we need to use both of them, but I think they need to be there. Aha! There we go. That was all it was. Beautiful. Or do we need to use both of them? No, we shouldn't do, because with this, I've got the pattern buffer, and the pattern buffer works fine. But this also had the other hatches in. But no, I think we're good. It has formed. We have a helical fusion reactor. Oh right, no, we need. That's not what we're looking for. We need 1 of these. I also, since we're not crafting anything at the moment, let's craft another 1 of those. Yeah, that seems to be the case, Chloe. Yeah. All right. Hook this thing up, and then we'll move the. Oh, I still have to put the parallel hatch on as well, don't I? Where do we want to put the parallel hatch? Where would make sense? Like, visually speaking. Here, maybe? That'll do. I kind of wish I could have another parallel hatch on there just to kind of balance it out. Or I guess what we could do, actually, I think I would prefer this. We'll get rid of that. Put parallel hatch there. I love the fact that we're right at the end of the pack here, and I'm still trying to make things look good, like aesthetically, and be somewhat balanced. There we go. I think I prefer that. We've got the parallel hatch, or the maintenance hatch rather, hidden around the back. Right, you're not doing anything at the moment. I'm going to take all of those from there. I'm also going to duplicate all of these a few times. Not that we are going to be using any of these, but... Oh, actually, no, I think the oxygen plasma still gets used. I just shoved something else in there, didn't I? I think that's what happened to my pattern modifier, you know? My last pattern modifier. I think I accidentally put it into one of these, and it was just gone. Oh, shit. If you shift-click items into these while in the GUI, it puts them in the shared items bit. Hold on. Does that mean... No. Okay. Okay. Scratch that then. I was hoping that would be where my other terminal went. That would make sense. Right. So if we want to craft radon, let's just say we want to craft 64 buckets of this. I'm just kind of curious if this will actually light up and work. It'd be nice if it worked. Did I not? Huh. Do I actually need all the energy hatches in there? Because that has power. Hmm. You've got power. So why are you not working? Oh, it is. Why did you not work before? Why do you not seem like you're doing anything? Wait, no, you didn't work last time. Hold on, hold on. No, it didn't work last time. Why is that? Right, why is this not working? Does it actually have to be in 2 hatches, specifically? With this? Because it doesn't with the other fusion reactors. Right, can anyone troubleshoot this? Does anyone know why this isn't working? Wait, what's the beryllium and deuterium for? Oh, nitrogen plasma. Okay. That's really fucking annoying because now this is going to have broken. Alright, I'm going to put these back over here for now. And then return that stuff to the ME system, and then cancel that. What is it that was using the... That needs to be cancelled, and that'll restart again in a minute. I don't know why this isn't working. It's got an output hatch. Why? If anyone can explain this, I'm all ears. All right, let's test this out with 2 hatches. Oh, wait, no, we need import hatches, don't we? I don't want this to be the whole stream. I want to finish the fucking pack today. I don't want to be dealing with this. I don't want a dual import hatch. I don't want to be dealing with this. I want to fucking be able to actually finish the pack. Like, the multi-block is formed. Right, it doesn't say anything on the quest, does it? The helical fusion reactor is a very large multi-block structure used for fusing elements into heavier ones in parallel. For every hatch it has, its buffer increases by 80... Oh... Right, I've just realized that... Yeah. Okay. It is the fact that we do need more energy hatches. If we do... We're going to need another 15, aren't we? Yeah, I forgot about that. It needs a certain amount of heat for the recipe to start, doesn't it? So, for example, like the nitrogen plasma requires 280 million EU to start. This has only got 160. So that's what it was. It was just me forgetting about that fact. So it only needs one hatch, technically, for it to run, but it won't actually do anything with only one hatch. That's fine. That makes sense. Right. Yeah, I forgot about that fact, Asanan. I forgot about that with it. It's been a while since I've really had to use the fusion reactors, so I kind of hadn't really thought about it. I don't even know if these needed to be UEV hatches either. They certainly don't need to be powered, I know that much. We might only need the, like the 8 of those. Has that even gone up? Do they... I didn't need them all to be 16 amp ones, did I? Because I can always change them if I did. No, I think that's fine. I think, honestly, at this point, it's probably plenty there anyway. There we go. Right, now... I'll take you, try this again. Are you going to work now? I'm going to take that as a yes. So how about if we wanted to request, say, 1,000 buckets of radon? That's not bad. 128 buckets in 128 buckets in 3 seconds is not bad at all. I mean, we're still getting, well, it's still better off using the radon salt for it, in fairness, but it's, bearing in mind each recipe only gives 125 millibuckets. That is not terrible. Okay, right, then the other thing I actually wanted to do with this was, I don't think the only thing we were going to do with it was the Einsteinium, but we don't. Honestly, it's faster to do it with the. I think with the micromine emissions. Oh, maybe not though. No, it's probably not. Oh, there was one other thing I did that I forgot to mention. I did move over all of the fluid solidifiers, or at least some of the fluid solidifiers. I did the ones for... The gear was already there, and I moved over the ingots and the plates. That was another thing I did last night. Anyway, right, let's keep going. Let's do request another one of those. Are we crafting anything at the moment? Yeah, just oh fuck it. I need to remember to do the corrupted universe data in larger batches than one. I keep meaning to change that, and I can't change it while it's doing stuff. So I want to change that to larger batches, and I want to change... Well, actually, we need to change the recipe itself to run... I think we can run 4 of them at a time relatively easily. Anyway, right, we need another one. Well, we need more of these. Anyway, that is the helical fusion reactor done. The other multi-block we need to do is the quintessence infuser. Again, we don't actually need this, but we're going to make it anyway. No, it doesn't help, Chloe. I've tried it, trust me. Even if you turn it off, it will still continue to send them out. It's annoying as hell. What are you missing? Oh, you're missing fucking vanadium again, aren't you? Why do we keep running out of vanadium? Oh, and I can't make more vanadium because we need vanadium. No, come on. I can't send out the vanadium microminer mission because we haven't got any vanadium. Oh, I guess what I can do is... if I centrifuge a little bit of the vanadium gallium we have... where are we going? Over here. No, we're on the right place anyway. I centrifuge a little bit of this. Please, please, please. No, I didn't fucking get it quickly enough. It's just turning it back into other stuff. Right, just got one sent out. Hopefully that'll be enough to get us a little bit back. Ziddick, welcome. Welcome, Raiders. How are you doing? How was the stream? Yeah, we need vanadium steel to do this. We're nearly finished with the pack, Ziddick. We're nearly done. Sheepy, welcome. How's everyone doing? Oh, what are you... oh, are you going to be held up by the mission not being able to be sent out because something else is already on its way out? Yeah. Yeah, we might have been watching your stream earlier on while we were streaming, Zedek. Raid thingy. Wolfie, how are you doing? We still don't have any vanadium, though. Even after that, we still... oh, no, it's still making the vanadium. Okay, no, we should be fine. Okay. Yeah, we had your... hang on, do I still have your... yeah. We can't watch it now, but we were watching your stream on here. We didn't have much else to do, so... unfortunately, though, it's... apparently it's not a valid URL anymore. I'm guessing it's because you're no longer live, but... right, I'm going to request... oh! Oh, that's a problem. Oh, God, we're running... I fear the end of this pack is going to be a lot more hassle than I'm expecting. Because we don't have any polyphenylene sulfide now, and I don't know why. Oh, this is gonna be horrible, isn't it? I got sodium sulfide. We've got dichlorobenzene, we've got oxygen. Why are you not working? Oh, it was working. We just didn't have enough polyphenylene sulfide sheets stored for it to be any use. All right, let's actually upgrade that to, I guess, a bulk one, because that's just going to be easier. But yeah, we should be finished with the pack today. Well, one way or another, I'll be finished with the pack today. We're just kind of going through the last bits of pain, I guess. Why can I never spell this right? There we go. Yeah, we're just going through the last bits of pain to craft the creative chest, and then we will be done. But how was the stream today? What were you actually up to? Right, we'll set that to 64,000. Which we are Ah, we haven't got a stocking hatch in there, though, have we? Wait, so... Oh, right, this is slowing it down now. Okay, that's fine, that's okay. We do need to make sure we keep on top of the vanadium situation, though. Digging, there does seem to be a lot of digging at the moment. Not so much pay, but there's a lot of things we have to craft, Sheepy. Working on a creative chest at the moment, and the last few things we need to do are like these plates. Each one of these microminer missions takes like 210 seconds, like 3.5 minutes. Not counting all the things we need to craft to be able to make it, and yeah, it's... A lot of things are quite slow. I'm making a platform for for your warehouse build. Nice. Have you already got a kind of a design in mind for your warehouse build? But yeah, one of the things that takes a long time to craft are these field stabilized Omnic pulsar compounds. These have a lot of things that go into them. Speaking of which, how is the else situation? That's still doing okay. This is still crafting, so we need to wait until that's finished. I need to wait till everything's finished crafting now so I can set other things up to craft. Not particularly. That's fair. How is Elfie liking using a beacon? Did she get to try out her efficiency 5 pickaxe? Right, are those... No, Cryptid Universe data ones are still not done. Where is it? Oh, there it is. I lost it. But yeah, these things are gonna like take a little bit of time to craft, and there's a lot of things that are gonna take a little bit of time. Why is the crushed vanadium magnetite not getting processed? Oh wait, no, never mind, it's gone. And we keep running out of things as well. I'm gonna actually make sure that I keep a couple of stacks of vanadium in there, just in case we need it. We've got the vanadium steel and vanadium gallium, both of which are going to be taking some of that vanadium. That's what prompted the warehouse being brought forward on the timeline. I mean, there's a lot of digging to do. How many people have you got helping with that, or is it just you and Elfie? Also, if you need to go, obviously, feel free to just completely ignore me and go and do post-stream stuff. I know what it's like. Right. I need stuff to stop crafting, so I want to know how long, like, from a kind of a baseline level, like, what we need to do in order to do the, Omnium. Myself, but Time and Nova help occasionally. How long are you expecting it to take to get to kind of finish it? You're helping, not getting told off for helping. Well, to be fair, you probably don't do it the Elfie way, so clearly the way you do it is obviously wrong. Some of these things are still taking quite a while as well. Like, I could really do with making a another multi-block forming press to replace this. Like, purely, like, just for that recipe. Oh, actually, no. Can I make a better forming press? Can I make, like, a UEV forming press at the moment? Because that would actually help a little bit. Ooh, I can. I could make a UIV one, but I'd rather do it as UEV. I'm assuming they're UEV circuits. Just because making a UIV one would use up infinity ingots, which we need for other things right now. Having a heated discussion on whose hole it belongs to. Where did that discussion land? Like, what was the outcome? I'm curious. Who owns the hole? Right, I'm going to try and shut that off. Unfortunately, I don't think this actually works while it doesn't update properly while it's in progress. Right, you need to just go. And we need to give you proper UEV power. There we go. That's going to be a little bit quicker. You do is access through your portal. But you can also access it without being in your portal, though, surely. Surely you can just access it from anywhere. Siddick insists it's his hole, so Elfie says he is responsible for it and sorting out the inventory. I mean, that seems reasonable. If it's yours, you take care of it. That makes sense. We're talking about Ziddick's hole. Obviously. I mean, I'm not sure what else we'll be talking about. Yes, this won't actually let me edit this. I need this stuff to finish. I think I also need to potentially speed this up. Oh yeah, this is still only running at UHV, so that needs to be sped up as well. If we do another 16 amp UEV energy hatch in there. Fingers crossed that last cell is now getting installed for Jeans. I will say one thing, Gitalan. I would highly recommend looking into it as a fuel source. Gene gasoline is fantastic. And also, I would also say start mass producing it now, even if you don't. Even if you don't use it as a fuel source, because you will need a lot of it towards the end. And when I say a lot, I mean a huge amount. Alright. There we go. That should be a little bit faster now as well. Okay. This is kind of what we're doing at the minute. It's basically just a case of slowly going through and finding what we can speed up and what we can make a little bit more efficient. Right. Can I edit this yet? No. How many of the corrupted... Oh, we've got 8 anyway. Okay, so that's fine. That's okay. So what we need to do is... I'm going to set that to 16. I'm going to set... Wait, no, I'm going to leave that at 8 for now. We'll change it in a minute because I still need to change the recipe. So we're going to change the corrupted universe data recipe to do... Where's my pattern modifier? Where is my pattern modifier? It's literally in my inventory. I think we said we had 4 of the tier 9 microminers, right? Oh no, we got 7. Even better. Wait, why have I got 7? Oh god, have we lost another one? I feel like we lost another one. Right, so if we set that to... Well, let's just leave that as it is. Now we've got nothing crafting. Let's see... It shouldn't take too long to get a stack of monium. Most things are already there. The universe creation data is something that we are going to need to start getting more of as well. But this is one of the things that's going to take us the longest time to craft is kind of going through all this stuff and making all the monium, because we need I think we need something in the region of 1,500 or so of it, maybe a little less. So we have a lot of things to craft. And the universe creation data. I did consider making a... using some of the monium, some of the first monium we get to make a max energy hatch. Preferably a 16 amp max energy hatch. Oh, we can't make a 16 amp max energy hatch. Okay, never mind. Can we make a 4 amp? We can't make a 4 amp. But that's only going to get us to exactly where we are power-wise now anyway, so we can't actually speed up that microminer anymore, I don't think. Oh no, with the max one, it does speed it up, doesn't it? It will be sped up, so maybe it's worth making one of the Monic processor mainframes now and stick it so we can put it in the hyperbolic microverse projector. Also, has this stopped or... No, it's still going. Yeah, if we can put something in here, because these... Jade, please. Thank you. Yeah, because this is taking like 105 seconds for this mission. Oh, Lord. It's everybody raiding today. Matt, welcome. Welcome, raiders. How are we doing? How is the stream, Matt? How is Stoneblock 4? Quap. No, Quap, you're amazing. How are you doing? We're in the final stages. We are almost done with the chest. We're almost done with the chest, Matt. We just have a few bits left to do, and then we're done. Unfortunately, they take a while. So mostly the bloody microminer missions at the minute. I'm too stubborn to give up, Matt. That's my problem. I'm way too stubborn to give up. We do need to speed this up, though, so I think I am going to see if I can make a max energy hatch for that, because that should speed it up significantly. So yeah, we're just in the process of trying to get all the monium we need. Like, we need a lot. Basically, we need at least 7 of these, which is like 218 monium. And then there's also all of these, where I think there's like 32 of these we need to get. Which is, I think, 8 of these missions, which works out about another... Oh, actually, that's not as much as I thought. I feel like I'm missing something here with the monium, but... We need about 1,000 or so monium, basically. Right, I think what we do want to do is... Oh, we still got to do the quintessence infuser as well. We still got to make that. But I think what we want to do is make a max energy hatch. We only really need 1 of these. And we can use that to speed up the microverse projector, which should make our life a little bit easier. Language they try to use. Which, wait, whereabouts? Guitar. Yeah, I think it's like, I honestly should have done it a while ago, but... Wait, press R on the item you want to craft in the and navigate to the... Oh, yeah, that's perfect English. I mean, all those words are English. They don't necessarily form a legible sentence, but... That's leftmost quest in late game. Assembly line needs to be provided with data on how to craft items before it can craft them. Data on how to craft each item is stored in a data stick and read by a data access hatch. This data is required to craft LEV fusion, blah, blah, blah. Wait, whereabouts is it? Oh, press R on the item you want to craft in the and navigate to the scanner tab. Yeah. I mean, those are all words, certainly. They definitely do, Quap, you're right. But honestly, like, I've not been too fussed about that. Mostly, like, most things are just kind of set to be requested anyway, just in small batches, and it's been, for the most part, okay. But I think we definitely do want to get the max energy hatch. My one concern, though... Oh, no, we're fine. This just... I was going to say, my one concern is we can't get UXV power, but we can. Do we actually have UXV power? We should do, right? Where's my control? Yeah, we can do UXV recipes. One thing I didn't realize is that you can actually put the laser target hatches in the super assembler. So we're actually running this at max +2 at the moment, which is just ridiculous. I really feel like they should have added the ability to use laser hatches on everything. Especially everything for late game anyway. That would have made life a whole lot easier. Because most multi-blocks, you can't put the laser target hatches in. If we did, let's just do another 4096 amp one. Yeah, most of them, there's only 3 ones that accept laser target hatches. As far as I'm aware, I'm going to double check this now anyway, now that you've said that, but because I'm curious, but most of them will only accept energy hatches and not laser target hatches. The only ones that do, as far as I can tell, are the PTERB, the power substation, and obviously the active transformers and the super assembler. If that was the case, they wouldn't show up separately in the things. So if we looked at, I mean, we'll try it. I'm more than happy to try it, because if they do work, then I'm just putting UEV target hatches on everything. I'm pretty sure I did try it on the microverse projector already. Let's just try it on something random. Actually, let's just try it on the microverse projector. I went too far. Where are we? I can never actually find where I need to go in this base now. There we go. Right, are you currently running? You are not. So... yeah, it doesn't form. So it's really annoying, because if you could use the target hatches on everything, that would just make things so much easier. We can try it with... it shouldn't be too few hull blocks. And we've only got 1 energy hatch in there at the moment, so let's just see... I've got to remember to turn this back on again as well. Nope. So yeah, it's kind of annoying. Although it would make kind of a lot of the late game stuff like very trivial at that point, I think. Right, there are a few things we still need to do for this, because like one of the things we don't have... well, we've got to go through the rest of these quests anyway, so let's go through these in order of the ones that we need to do. We still haven't done the ultimate gem. We were missing a few things for that. I don't think we need many of these at all. But we are missing the enticing crystals, the ender crystals, and the weather crystals. Exactly, and this is one of the reasons I was talking about this yesterday. I'm still annoyed that they got rid of the creative tank. For a few reasons, in fact. One of them is right. Actually, I'm curious on your thoughts on this, Pure. Like the removal of creative tank from the Monifactory progression, moving to Monifactory. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think that was a good decision or not? Yeah, we went through we were waiting for stuff to craft yesterday, so we went through all of the whole Money Mondays post that they had. I really like some of the ideas that they've got, but I'm a little I'm dubious about some of the implementations, and I'm dubious about the fact that they're not really thinking about how it's going to affect performance. Well, I mean, that's the thing. That's the bit that's annoying. Yeah, it does get incredibly boring. But the thing I liked about it when I played through Monifactory was it meant that I could have significantly less machines running at any given time, meaning performance was significantly better. And that was the thing that I liked about it. You'd gone through the progression, you'd reached a point where you'd paid the cost to get this creative tank, and then it meant that you could shut off half of your production lines, and your world would end up running considerably better because of it. And I feel like there does need to be a middle ground, because I feel like at a certain point you just start scaling things, like have to like scale things far too much, and it just becomes a performance issue, especially for anybody on lower end computers. They're gonna really struggle. But then again, then you've also got the issue with, like, say, with the tank. It means that a lot of stuff gets completely trivialized. So if you could find a middle ground in there for it, that would be amazing. But I don't know what that middle ground would be. Ah, this is going to be an issue. Oh, yeah, this is why we were making the quintessence infuser, wasn't it? Yeah, hold on. Let's get that made. We really don't need the quintessence infuser for anything, but we're going to make it anyway. Yeah, I do really like that idea. I love the idea of the creative energy alternative. Although, again, I think the creative energy alternative is kind of a double-edged sword. If you run into problems and that stops running, and then you're reliant on that multi-block to power all your energy hatches, and it suddenly goes down for whatever reason, whether it's a bug, whether it's your ME system messes up somehow, then you're completely fucked at that point. You should absolutely always have backup energy, but do you think everybody does, though? Like, not everyone is going to do that. Like, so many people are just going to not think to do that. And it's going to screw so many people up, and it's just going to put people off playing. And that's my big concern with a lot of this, is it's going to put off a lot of the more casual players. I mean, casual in terms of Greg Tech players. And that's my concern. I do love the idea of, like, the whole kind of prismatic things. That side, I love the idea of. I think that's going to be such a fun thing to automate. Oh, no, I've seen people make that mistake multiple times, Pure. I have seen people make that mistake many times. The same people as well. Right, what are we missing? Dark Solarium casing. Ah, fuck, we gotta make a soul binder recipe as well. Alright. Right, Dark Solarium casings. We need the soul binder. I don't think we need to make a recipe for this. We're only ever gonna... Oh, maybe we do. Okay, hold on. Some people will never learn. I'm probably one of those people. Not in the respect of that, but... there are certain things mistakes I do keep making over and over again. Alright. Do that as well. So much worse if you're running on a server and stuff is just unchecked for 80% of the time. I'm a lot more careful. Like, I do wish I'd had this playthrough on a server. I think it would have been a whole lot easier. But I think that you have to be a lot more careful with it on a server. Like, you have to be very careful with how you filter everything, how everything is set up, and to make sure that everything is running fine. You just have to be a lot more careful. Again, it's one of those things, like, you need to just kind of keep an eye on everything. I'm going to be missing stuff for this, aren't I? I could just use my other soul binder, I guess. Oh, no, we're fine. We're good. So there's a soul binder, the Dark Solarium casings. How have I not got a Dark Solarium plate recipe yet? I'm going to go ahead and assume that this was on Circuit 6. Like the rest of the casings. What was the other thing we were missing for this? Double Dark Solarium plates. Assembly line sure ramps up the difficulty overall. Assembly lines are a pain. I both really like and also absolutely detest assembly lines. I think half of my problems were throughout this entire pack were just trying to stop my assembly lines from jamming up. Well, the problem is though, it's a lot more like I can automate them. I know how to automate them with AE2, but the problem is if it tries to put more than one recipe in there at any given time, like, or if you have more than one pattern provider going into each assembly line, it becomes an absolute nightmare. Well, blocking mode only works if it comes from the same assembly line. From the same pattern provider. No, trust me, we did extensive testing with this, Pure. We did extensive testing. It's based on the items in the recipes within. No, it doesn't though, Pure. Blocking mode, I had the way blocking mode works. Wait, turn on display inaccessible items. I mean, we're not using the assembly lines anymore now anyway, and I've gone to the wrong side again. But I had no end of problems with this. Also, I'm not using subnets anymore, so I can't really check it, but I was trying out different methods of trying to get it to work. But blocking mode, the problem is, blocking modes, it's actually a very useful and a system that actually works incredibly well. But the thing is though, blocking mode, if you have more than one pattern provider, a pattern provider will only block items from going in if they are part of the recipes within that pattern provider. If the input items are part of the recipes, if any of the items for that pattern provider, I think, are in the target inventory, it won't put them in. But if none of those items are, even if there's other items, it will still push things in. So you either have to be incredibly careful about how you place your patterns within. Don't note me, Pure. Pure, that is not true. That is exactly what I thought. That is precisely what I thought as well. And that is not the case. It is dependent, and somebody even went in and looked at the code as well. It is dependent on. That's how I've ran everything up to this point, and everything had worked fine. But then again, I've never ran into a situation where I'm running 3 different pattern providers into the same machine. But it is, I guarantee you, it is not based on what's in the if the inventory, target inventory has items in it. Well, no, it's dependent. It's only certain items that did it, but basically, say you've got a pattern with cobblestone in one pattern provider and a pattern that also uses cobblestone in the other pattern provider, those will block. But if this one has, say, making cobblestone stairs and puts the cobblestone in there, and this one is making, say, an oak trapdoor, it will not block the items from the oak trapdoor from going into the chest. That's where the problems come in. Yeah, I was surprised. I was surprised about it as well. I thought it worked if there was any item in the inventory, it would block it. But apparently that isn't the case. That's the way I've ran all my bases up until this point and never had any issues. And apparently that isn't the way it works. We did a whole bunch of testing on it. And I had to apologize to somebody that had said that was how it worked, and I'd said no, it's not. It works this way, and I was wrong. And I don't like being wrong. It sucks. It's kind of weird, but the single block machines, I guess it depends on whether the entire recipe can go in or not, I guess, as well. I don't know. It seems really weird. I had no end of problems in this playthrough with assembly lines. And it's just... It was just really weird. And half my time was just spent trying to diagnose why they were jamming up and trying to fix it, which is why we came up with this whole system down here, which actually worked really well. Basically, the way this worked was patterns went into the buffer. As soon as the buffer had any items in it, it basically sent a redstone signal to here, shut off this section of the subnetwork, so nothing else could go in there. And then as soon as the items were gone, it meant that all the items for one recipe were going to be in the assembly line, and it would start, and then it wouldn't matter if any more items went in. It is a somewhat janky way of doing it, but it works really well, actually. Still had a couple of issues, but not many. Yeah, basically, pure, yeah. That's pretty much exactly what we did. And it worked pretty well. Actually, I actually enjoy doing stuff like that, though. So, like, making interesting and complicated kind of setups like that in order to solve problems. It's part of what I enjoy about modded. All right, so we don't actually really need to make this because I think we've only got to make like one or two of these gems, but we need to make this stuff for the quests anyway if we want to 100% complete this. So we may as well make it. I am going to have to hurry up though because we have a lot of stuff to do. Yeah, because that's the thing, like if it doesn't have space to put the whole recipe in, it will push nothing in, or at least that's the way it's supposed to work. It seems to be a little weird when it comes to dual hatches with that as well. Dual hatches can be a little bit weird. Because dual hatches will push partial crafts in for some reason. I don't understand why, but I've had partial recipes pushed in with dual hatches. Yeah, they are most definitely broken in this. I agree. And sold chassis. Wait, how many of those did I... Oh, we can't make them. How many did I need of that? Sorry, I'm getting so sidetracked here at the minute. The rate I'm going, I'm not going to be finished today. Partial fluids as well. The partial fluids I never had the issue with. Only with items, thankfully. I think I must have got lucky with that then. Right, 36 fusion glass. Are they the issue all the time? The thing that they don't respect distinct buses either. Like I tried to have the fluid solidifier with distinct buses. I like a large solidifier for doing like all the different solidification types, and it did not work. Yeah, the colored hatches, there are some of the things in the newer versions of GregTech that I like the colored hatches. It took me a while to get used to it. It took me a while to get used to the colored hatches and how they work, but it's a really nice system. The thing that I don't like with the newest version, though, is that they removed underclocking. I'm not even going to bother putting a decent parallel hatch in this. We don't need it. Oh, the laser engraver, the only issue I had with the laser engraver was literally just having not enough space for all of the hatches that we needed for all of the different laser types before you went over or went below the minimum casing requirement for it. Oh, was that with distinct buses turned on as well? Because maybe that was something that was an issue in earlier versions then. Because like with distinct buses, I've not had any issues with that. So maybe that was something from earlier. Maybe that's been fixed for this version. Oh, so it shouldn't have been any different then. That is weird. I'm assuming it couldn't have been something as simple as like just one of the buses didn't have a distinct bus on it. It wasn't set to distinct. I mean, that's a reasonable conclusion, I think. Right, okay, what do we need to do? What do we need in this? We need an import bus, stocking hatch, and output bus. Or do I just want to use... No, I'll just use import buses. I'll be fine. And then stocking hatch. We'll rework big parts of the quest book anyway. Yeah, to be fair, lots of the quest book is a little bit janky at the moment, and some of it just is straight up not correct. Also, I've still got a whole bunch of quests that, even though they are completed, like this will not unlock for me. I cannot unlock this. I have the requirement is completed, but this just will not unlock. And there's a couple of other ones like that as well, I think. In here as well, this just would not unlock. So I don't know what went on with those, but it was annoying, to say the least. Why have I got... Oh, wait, I need an output bus, don't I? That's probably why I've got so many input buses. For some reason, I always mistake input buses for output buses with the ME hatches. I don't know why. Some places have been really hard getting past this being your first real deep dive in Greg Tech. That would... But the weird thing is, though, that the same recipes have unlocked for other people. Like, I think, if I remember rightly, you said, Guitar Lilin, that this had unlocked for you. Just fine. There was a few other ones that I think had unlocked for you. Just fine, and they hadn't for me. I have a feeling I'm going to need more cases than I have here. The Nether quests never unlock for you either. Yeah, it's really annoying when you're a completionist and you just want to get everything completed properly, and it just decides, nope. Right, I'm going to put this there-ish. That'll work. Let's get rid of you, and you. Okay, we might not need any more casings. Hey, hyena. Alright, so if we put output bus there, I want to put that. That was not my Omni breaker. Input hatch there. I guess input bus can go there. Wait, where did I put the... Oh, I haven't got the energy hatch yet, have I? That would explain why I can't find it. Are you both on 0.12.9? Yep, I think so. Actually, like 8 quests in mid-game around the Nether Star. Yeah, these ones were... where are they? These ones over here were a little weird with the way they unlocked. Okay, what am I missing from... yeah. Is that everything? No, what have I missed? Oh, maintenance hatch. Wait, no, the maintenance hatch is in there. I hate multi-blocks sometimes. What am I missing? Is there a way to configure the terminal to build max size assembly lines? I don't think so. I could have sworn I'd read somewhere something about the last kind of setting you'd had on the preview would do it, but small blocks essential in hard. We don't even really need this. I'm just not sure what I am missing with it. So we've got the quintessence diffuser, we've got the parallel, we've got a parallel hatch, we've got a maintenance hatch, we've got an energy hatch, we've got an input bus, we have an output bus, we have an input hatch. Oh, did I? Oh, I missed the tungsten frames, didn't I? And the tungsten frame. This is another annoying thing. The frames don't show up on the previews. There we go. That's better. But yeah, it's weird. The frames just don't show up on the previews. What do we do? 16 amp UEV? What will that do? 64. Okay. It's funny enough, with some shaders, they do show up. Oh, is it? Oh, I didn't even think that it could be a shaders issue. It's kind of fairly obvious when you think about it. Right. One thing we're not going to have a great deal of, I think, is Enderman heads. Well, when I say we don't have a great deal of them, I mean we don't have any at all. Right, let's get rid of that. Right, so what is it we need the Enderman heads for? That one's at least easy to do. The Ender Crystal... Yeah, we just need the Enderman heads for those. We do not have any Enderman heads, though, so yay. Not solid blocks with backface rendering on, I mean. Because they're not solid blocks, some shaders don't like that too much. I wonder if that's why I have some issues with some of... apparently I'm down here now. I wonder if that's why I have some issues with some of the blocks being see-through as well. Like there was some of the the Enderium blocks I think are see-through for some reason. Why do I keep missing the D in Enderman head? Right. Let's go and get some Enderman. Too much searching for energy hash. That could well be it, actually. But yeah, if you look at that, you can see right through the blocks of Enderium. It's kind of weird. I'm pretty sure they're not meant to be like that. Right. We can get Enderman heads from here, can't we? Yeah. Just checking. I need another Enderman data model. Nope, it's just see-through. You can see the kelp through it. It's really weird. Right. Oh, so many people before were saying, oh, like they had so many issues with level emitters not working properly, and I didn't have any until recently. And I'm not sure if it's the level emitters or the machine covers or just a combination of the two. It only seems to be I've only had issues though with the threshold emitters. I've never had any issues with the regular emitters, just the threshold ones. There we go. Now we've got a few Enderman heads. That'll probably be enough, but I'll leave it going for a bit anyway. Yeah, I was always really surprised. Like, a few people have come in and mentioned that they'd had those issues, and I hadn't had any at that point, but I wasn't using too many threshold emitters. It's only since I was using more of the threshold ones that I started to run into the problems. Right, do I have soul vials craftable? Can I just request, say, a bunch of those? Yes, okay, good. Right, so let's do recipes for that. And we need to do that recipe. Do we want to multiply this? We don't need the XP juice in there. And I'm actually going to remove the soul vial from the output. Oh, one of the things I did find with this pack that's really annoyed me, some of the later recipes that require like the output from the recipe to craft some of the inputs for the recipe. Some of those really messed me up. Like, there are certain things that, so like for example, the was it the quantum? No, not the quantum stars. The quasi-stable ones. These. With this recipe, if I were to try and craft this, because these use somewhere in here, the UEV sensors use the quasi-stable neutron stars, it wouldn't work. It would say, even if I had like 1,000 of them in stock and I requested another 64, it would say I didn't have any. It drove me up the wall. All right, oh, that's that recipe. That is... Where did I put my pattern modifier, rather? I love travel anchors, but on occasion I do end up just randomly in another part of my base because I've pressed shift at the wrong time. Oh, hang on, I need to rename the quintessence infuser. Yeah, the better heart recipe as well. I had to... That's the main reason I started using the requesters. I don't generally like using requesters for much, but that was the only way I could do it. Like, to make it so like an earlier stage of the recipe like was always in stock, so I didn't run into that issue. Right, quintessence infuser. A single heart marker my level emitted to 1 heart, and then use the better recipe on demand, auto-crafted. That would actually have been a pretty decent way of doing it. I should be able to move all of these over to... Well, by all of these, I mean this one recipe. Over to here, shouldn't I? All right. But I've tended to, like the hearts, I've just tended to keep, I think we've got it like 80 in stock. I've set it to keep 80 in stock at the minute. Yeah, the neutron stars are another one that I had, that I've got set up to passively generate. Right, so we're still missing the entire... Wait, was it the enticing crystal I did? Yeah, but we still need to do this as well. Yeah, the requesters, I might actually be a convert for requesters now. It has been so useful. The reason I didn't like using them before was just because I didn't like the idea of machines being tied up when I hadn't requested crafts, because like I didn't have complete control over when machines were being used. I didn't want to be requesting something and then that machine just randomly being in use by something else and me having to wait longer than I anticipated. That's the reason I never used them before. Are you going to be a pain in my ass here? You are, aren't you? Okay, right. Let me redo the recipe. Wait, what's the solvile that we need for this? Villager. That should hopefully fix that. Wait, no, what am I making? Enticing crystals. Are you craftable now? Yes, you are. Perfect. And then just ender crystals. That means I need the recipe for the Enderman Solvar first, don't I? We should have plenty of Enderman heads now. I hope. Yeah, I think if were I to go through this pack again, there are definitely some things I would do differently. Although I guess that's always the case. Like once you have a better understanding of what's needed, it becomes a lot easier to know what to do. No, I never bothered setting it up. I never saw a point. I've not noticed any slowdown in the recipes anyway. The way I've got it set up, like every pattern provider can use all of my all of the molecular assemblers, and honestly, there's been absolutely no slowdown in that. So I never saw the point in just making it for the sake of making it. Yeah, the pattern peer-to-peers have been so nice. I'm genuinely surprised they're not a thing in just in vanilla AE2. You gonna work? You are. Beautiful. I really should be crafting more of some of the other stuff we need. The weather crystal is just done in a crafting recipe, right? Beautiful. Right, so if we request 4 of those, probably going to need more of those in the long run, but otherwise that seems to be working just fine. Perfect. Okay. Get rid of that, get rid of that. Did I complete the quest now for the quintessence infuser? Yes. Beautiful. Yay, more money coins. Just what I needed. Okay, so we've got those now. We need to do... Oh, wait, hang on. I need to grab the ultimate gems first. We can actually complete the quests. And then we need demonic circuit boards. Whenever I say demonic, I always feel like I'm saying demonic. Right, where are these circuit assembler? I'm going to have to put liquid omnium into the circuit assemblers then. Wait, these need UHV. Okay, that's fine. I don't think we've got liquid omnium in these yet. Demonic circuit boards. I mean, it's fitting, I think. Although now that I've said that, I'm going to end up starting typing in demonic circuit boards into JEI. Right, so is anything going to take a while with this? Shouldn't do. I do need to Start more of those pulsar things. I think I'm gonna wait till after I've finished demonic circuit boards, and all the I'm at least making the first circuit and the first max energy hatch. I think I'm only gonna bother with one max energy hatch. I don't think we really need it anywhere else, and it would just be a waste of monium. Right, I'm assuming that is the next step. Monic processing unit, which is what? Holmium, monium wire, iron chloride. Wait, where do you go? LCR. Wait, you don't need a sterile clean room or anything, do you? No, it's just clean room. I'm really glad they're doing away with clean rooms as well. That's definitely a nice change. What am I missing for the chest? Only things we're really missing are the platings. We need 32 of those. 7 of the final tier of the monic circuit boards. The processor mainframes. And then that's it. These are just the serene catalysts. We've got 4 of those available. They're just making our infinity ingots at the moment. So we'll just kind of repurpose the ones we've got. We've got one of the creative energy datas over in the void dimension at the minute. We'll keep hold of that. And then otherwise, that's all we need to do. Yeah, just monium. I spent a lot of time AFKing this last night, building up a bunch of the dormant infinity compounds. So we are pretty much ready to get most of it. The slow bit is just doing the field stabilized omnic pulsar compounds. So I think we need like maybe 3 or 4 more of them, and we should have enough, I think. There we go. There is the monic processing unit. Right. And then I'm just going to do these one at a time. Evil spinny spheres. Yeah, they are a pain in the ass, although they don't actually take that long to craft anymore. It's one of the things the bits that I have quite enjoyed about going through this end game is, like, I'm not one, like, when it gets to the end game, I'm not one to just have everything automatically crafted, because I get really bored. Like, if I start a craft going and then just have to wait around for 45 minutes for it to finish, I get so bored. So I tend to do things in smaller batches, and what that gives me the ability to do is, if something starts slowing down, it gives me the opportunity to say, all right, so this is the slow part in this process. Let's go and fix that. And it's kind of a really nice way of doing it, I find. Welcome home, Quiet. How is Ruby? Has she... I'm assuming she has not killed you yet. It's that good slow dopamine drip. Exactly. And the other good thing about it is that you are... Like, I always feel more like I'm making progress. When I'm kind of doing it in smaller batches and I can see something completing, it feels more like you're making progress. So again, that kind of drip of dopamine from completing tasks. Love that about Greg. You always unlock better stuff here and there. Exactly. And like so many things, I didn't bother on like kind of upgrading. I tend to upgrade things as and when they're needed. Rather than just upgrading everything as soon as I have a higher tier of something. And it seems to work out quite well, but it gives me a lot more to do at the end game as well to kind of optimize things. She has not. Sadly, the visit was... Oh, that's not good. In what sense, Quiet? I forgot about those things. There we go. Monic processors. That's that quest done. And then we've got those. Demonic processor assemblies. But at this point, I think everything with these circuits is going to be relatively easy. I have just run out of patterns, though. That's the evil thing about Greg. No other mod does it quite like that. So everything else just starts feeling hollow. Yeah, I agree. It's such a well kind of... Like, it's obviously not to everyone's taste. Like, it's still very much a kind of Marmite mod. Some people love it, some people hate it. But you cannot deny that it is done really well. Like, the progression of it. I will say that there are certain things in the newer versions that I'm not overly happy with the direction they're going with it. It feels a little bit more, for want of a better way of putting it, self-serving. They're more interested in kind of shaping it to how the devs want to play rather than it being a bit more inclusive. Right, since her last visit, she lost 100 grams, which is a lot of weight for a piggy, so it turned into a full physical exam. She got a scan too, and the doctor said there's nothing they can see besides the cysts and to keep getting the injections done for her. Over the day, she has great energy and keeps telling us no. So she can't be that bad. She's clearly still herself. That's awesome. But it doesn't sound like it's too negative. Like, it could be worse. There's going to be there shouldn't be anything in here that we can't already make. We need you out of there. Right. Wait, that's the next one, isn't it? The Monic supercomputer, yeah. She's absolutely still herself. The weight loss is concerning, so you need to keep an eye out. It's basically just her way of telling her you need to give her more treats, quiet. That's what it is. Had a weight scare with the doggo recently. Made you feel anxiety for the first time in your life, so you very much feel that. Is the doggo okay, though, Pure? Go. Monic processor supercomputer. How much monium do we actually have left after making this at the moment? Well, I've still got 74. We're still fine. Right, and the final tier. Which, we'll take you out of there. Everything else is fine. And our final tier of circuits. All right, and while that's crafting, let's get rid of those. Let's get the max energy hatch sorted out. We don't... Yeah, sodium potassium's already in there. Yeah. Oh, I might have to move things around slightly, though. Right, what is taking the time with this? Oh, would you look at that? It's fucking was activated netherite again. Activated netherite is the bane of my existence, I swear to God. I hate activated netherite. It's so annoying. She's eating again. Turns out her new meds just killed her appetite, so you got some appetite stimulants for her, and after her stomach got used to some food again, she's doing much better now. That's good to hear. I'm glad to hear that. There we go. Monic processor mainframe. Now we just need to make 7 more of those after we make the max energy hatch. And we make a recipe for 2x Monic wire. Sorry, Monium wire, not Monic wire. Hated activating netherite. It's so slow. There's so little you can do to speed it up. Else isn't much better either. Else is a pain in the ass. Hey, there we go. Max energy hatch. Hey, and we've completed the max age. Beautiful. We get another trophy. Right, I'm going to turn you off for a minute. And I guess what we're going to have to do is remove that. Put you there. Put you there. And give you some power. And hopefully that should speed things up a little bit. Right, let's try this out. What's going to take a while? And if we do... If we just request a few more hearts... What are we waiting on with these? Nothing much. It's nice to see things go through so quickly as well. Like, it's nice to see that progression from things taking, like, ridiculous amounts of time. Oh, it's done already. Like, things taking ridiculous amounts of time to suddenly being absolutely trivial. Where circuits were just cheaper to make, honestly, for certain things. Cheaper and faster to make. More steps, yes, but honestly, that's not really a hugely big deal at this point. I would rather take the extra steps than use up resources that could be used for other things, because it's not like anything is slow at this point. So it's not a hugely big deal either way. Probably not going to be able to be on the stream for more time today. Is this really the last stream, or are you going to also stream tomorrow? Provided we finish today, which we should do. Today will be the last stream, yeah. Oh, yeah, the other really annoying thing was fucking Cryolobus. Cryolobus is also a big thorn in my side. So many Warden tendrils. We're down to 2.9 million. Well, so we've only been live for like 2.25 hours, so at least, like, provided if we need it, at least another 4 hours or so. Yeah, the cryovat does look really cool. So yeah, Skulk Vat. But that, and what was the other one? There are a few ones that I like. I'm a little concerned about how they're gonna be in terms of like performance, because some of them seem like they need very specific conditions for automation, and certainly the ones that needs the two different things like inserted at the same time. If you have issues with performance, that could cause problems with it. So I'm kind of interested to see if that becomes an issue at all. I'd almost be tempted to add in to do another max hatch for the rotary hearth furnace, but I don't know if I want to waste the monium. Speaking of which, though, I think we should start just sending out a bunch of monium missions at this point. They're testing this, so I hope it'll be fine. Let's hope so. I hope they also test it, though, with solo players in mind as well, because I know they're obviously testing it with the entire team. So they need to kind of keep in mind that obviously it's going to be a lot easier for a team of people to do it, rather than just like as if you're on your own, it's going to be a lot easier, or a lot more difficult, rather. Endgame base tour. We will do an endgame base tour, yeah. Yeah, the rotary hearth furnace has been... It's not been too bad, in fairness. Like, with the 16 amp UIV hatches, it's been okay. The bigger bottleneck we had with the rotary hearth furnace always ended up being the vacuum freezers, though. That was always the bigger bottleneck. Oh, right. How long does this mission take now with the max hatches? Then we'll say, I appreciate it, Squiz. I will no doubt be back eventually. Yeah, it still only goes down to 53 seconds per stack of monium. In true Ruby fashion, instead of sleeping right now, she's bobbing about the cage and eating. That sounds about right. Oh, right, yeah, I was going to change the recipe for Einsteinium, wasn't I? Now that we've got the helical fusion reactor, I wanted to do that. Right, we are going to multiply that recipe a few times, though. That'll do. got the helical fusion reactor, and we need to do the solidifier recipe for that as well. Say anything in Discord when you have time again, so you know you're alive. I will be away from Discord for quite a while. I will say that much. I'll be fine though. Back to your demolition project in 7 days. How's that coming along? Right, I'm just going to keep requesting these now while we're doing other stuff. Right, so Einsteinium. I need to duplicate or multiply this recipe a little bit. That'll do. I am going to take that out of there. Hopefully that won't cause any issues in the middle of doing this, but we will see. Slower than you thought, but you're finding weak points. I'm looking forward to potentially playing some, getting to play some 7 days while I'm taking a break. It's going to be quite nice. Okay. I really wish they'd let us put laser hatches in the, in this multi-block as well. Now you're really thinking if you put your headphones on, they snap back and hit you in the head. I managed to throw my phone at my face the other day while I was trying to get it. Like I was half awake and I just managed to kind of try and get my phone out and I just kind of basically yeeted it right in my face. That was fun. Right, if I wanted to do, say, 256 of those, how long would that take? I don't know how long the helical fusion reactor is going to take. Not long at all. Perfect. Okay, that'll do. That's pretty much what I did, except it was more of a throw than just dropping it. Yeah, Squiz. Also, Squiz, you had an exam on Friday, like tomorrow, didn't you? Good luck with that. Right, let's start getting the recipes together for this. The causality exempt monic heavy plating. So we only need 8 of these recipes, so it's not that many. But that's wait, where was oh no, that's micromine emission, isn't it? That's in the hyperbolic microverse projector. Now you got a bump on your heads. Quiet. I asked V this yesterday. I'm going to ask you the same thing, Quiet. Have you seen the 7 Days to Die Blood Moons thing? Because it looks terrible, honestly. Oh shit! I've just realized something. I've got a whole bunch. I think I'm just going to stop the passive creation of activated netherite directly because honestly it's just a pain and it just isn't getting anywhere. It just doesn't have time to get anywhere. Okay, right, we're waiting on more of the monium. Right, so where did we get to with that? The causality exempt ones. Did we do the timeless monic ones? Or timless monic ones? Yeah, those are doable. So, okay, so what are we going to be missing for these at the moment? I'm assuming just nothing, apparently. Anything? Oh, I don't think we need to worry about anything. It'll be fine. This will be the first of 8 of these. We've obviously got to do more of... Oh, hang on. How are we doing for vanadium? Do we still have vanadium? We do. I'm going to request a few more of those. Thankfully, I spent a lot of time last night semi-AFKing, building up a bunch of the dormant infinity compounds, so we should be okay. Because it was the dormant infinity compound that was the thing that was taking the time. I kind of, if they weren't such a pain in the ass to craft, I would have made a bunch more of the world accelerators and just put them, set them up with these. But they're actually not too bad with like the what 16 of them set up. It's not too bad. We could always do more if we need it. And then the other thing is, how long does it take for the hearts to come back? Oh, the hearts, it's going to take a while to replenish the hearts anyway, because it's going to be waiting for these missions. But again, doesn't seem like it's too bad. No, they don't need to exist next to each other. I just like to have them there because it's just easier. Like, if you need to change recipes for them, just having everything in one place just makes it easier. Like, you don't have to go to one place to get the packager and then to another place to get the unpackager. Just having them all there together is just so much better. Do we need to think about anything else? You can scale them independently, yeah. Only the packages, though, but it's whether do the packages... Like, if you speed up the packages, you also need to speed up the unpackages. And you can't necessarily do that as easily. Or are you saying it would actually be beneficial to have additional packages running? Would that actually be beneficial? Oh, we could try adding a few more unpackages. I mean, we haven't got too many more to make, but I am now curious. If we just add, say we add another 16 unpackages. I am curious if this will make a difference. I've just made unpackages, didn't I? Whoops. Let's try that again. And craft the right things. Or I guess we could always just set up another 16 of the things if we needed them. Do I have space underneath here? I don't think we have a lot of... Oh, no, we should have enough here. Oh, hang on. Let's leave that in there for a minute. Let's copy or borrow that. I've just got to hope I don't have any more recipes I need to add to these, because I really don't want to add them to, like, 48 different things. I know they need to be connected. Don't worry, I have done this before, Pure. But it's just easier if I can see them all straight away, and then we can just add it in later. And they should all be connected. I'm going to connect it there as well, just to be on the safe side, but... Right, let's see. If we request 128 of those... I've really got to stop putting holes in my floor. Hey, we're doing the first time the Smonic heavy plating recipe now, though. Hey, would you look at that? It's fucking ancient debris again. At least ancient debris, like, I burned through so much curium before I realized there was a much easier way of getting ancient debris dust. I can't believe it took me that long to fucking figure it out. Thankfully, we should still have a reasonable amount of curium left. Yeah, I mean, I always forget about the fact that it's... Hang on, are these going yet? No. I always forget about the fact that it's... You can speed things up massively with parallel hatches. So the spires... Like there is actually so much stuff that you can get from just macerating dust that you can get, things that you can get from the rock breakers. Like the fact that you can get like blaze powder, scheelite, and bauxite from there, as well as the ancient debris dust, even with a 5% chance, or well, it's slightly higher because I think I'm running it at UEV, or UXV potentially, but yeah, you can just get an insane amount. Yeah, see, these are still... So with this, I always wonder whether it's going to be worthwhile just putting... outputting power directly to the package crafters, but I don't think it would make a difference. But yeah, these are still going to be slow. What we can potentially do, though, is... Now that that is no longer used... Oh, Pure, do you know how many amps the world accelerators usually use? So I know it's more than one, but I can't remember exactly how many it is. Oh, it's done anyway. Well, fine. I thought it was 4, but I'm not sure. But it doesn't seem to keep enough in there. Hang on, if I do more... I'm not sure. Anyway. Right, so... Wait, the timeless monic... Oh, wait a minute. Ah, shit. They're not going to be crafting, are they? I think I need to change the hatches on my... Or add an extra hatch onto... these. Yeah. Because the current... I'm going to assume that the timeless monoplating needs at least UXV. Yeah. So if I can just make one more UIV energy hatch... It's doing the activated... Why is it doing the activated netherite first? Fuck off. There we go. Still 40 seconds for the timers. Oh, wow. That's going to be what's going to take the time, isn't it? Bloody, crafting all this. 10 per? Wait, isn't it 8 of them we need for it? Wait, 8. So it's doing... Well, it's doing 4 at a time. We're only getting 4 of them at a time. The activated netherite shouldn't be too bad, but... Well, the thing is that it can't do any more than 8. It can't do any more than 4. We have the maximum amount of power we can put in here without making another max energy hatch, so we can't parallelize anymore. We've got up to 256, but it just can't do that many. Unless we put a max energy hatch in it. Which I really don't want to waste the monium for. Like, we're not exactly in a major rush to have everything done. Plus, we will be doing 8 anyway, because we'll have 2 of them going at the same time. So it should be fine. We just didn't have them both going at that point. Right, and how long is this recipe going to take? We've only got to, bearing in mind, we've only got to do 8 of these recipes. 4 and 8 will both take 40 seconds. Yeah, well, now that we'll have both of the Omnic Forges running, now that we'll actually have both the Omnic Forges running, we will be doing 8 at the same time. Both of them will be doing 4 each. Right, okay. What else is crafting at the moment? More Skulk Bioalloy. Right, let's do another stack of those. So yeah, the last bits of this pack are literally just going to be sat here crafting stuff, unfortunately. I don't think there's, short of making more max energy hatches, which will just mean using more monium, for not a huge benefit, I don't think. So it's probably not really worth doing it. I don't think it's going to save us enough time to make it worthwhile. We are going to need to make more of these, though. That shouldn't be too bad. I do see some words on stream in our future, though. Just for something to do while we're waiting. Hey, there we go. Our first 4 causality exempt monic heavy plating. There we go. We're getting there. Considering at the start of the stream yesterday, all we had in this were the 4 UIV field generators and the 2 field stabilized Omnic pulsar compounds. Considering that's all we had in that recipe, then we're doing all right. Right, can I request another lot of these? I can. Beautiful. Right, I want to see what's actually taking the time here and if there is anything that we can speed up here. Did I say welcome back yet, Rage? If not, welcome back. Is that else still ongoing? Should be. Only it does not appear to be. It's not doing much anyway. Oh, you know what I haven't been checking on? We've been getting like tons of crystal tea nuggets from the processing of this, and I keep forgetting to turn them into ingots. I should probably automate this, but yeah. Still putting off doing that hard quest, by the way. Yeah, one thing I'm finding with this is I'm kind of getting punished for being lucky with this ELD setup because we're not making enough saturated water to keep up with everything because I'm getting quite lucky with the amount of Eltic crystal seeds I'm getting, I think. So we're not actually making enough saturated water. And we can't... It's kind of annoying that there's no other recipe for saturated water either. It's a little bit frustrating. I don't think we need to... else we need to do. How's the Omnium doing? 1.6 million. We're doing fine for Omnium. Oh, I think we can probably stop the Enderman heads now as well. I don't think we're going to need 6 million Enderman heads. I think we can do away with those for now. Is there anything else we are starting to run short on? We're down to our last 1.3 million emeralds, but I think that should be enough to keep us going to the end. 24 million diamonds. I think we're fine for those. Lapis is the other thing that we start to run short on occasion. So we might want to do something about that, but in fact, I think all I need to do with that really is basically just say, set it, because I haven't got a recipe for crushing the lapis down into lapis dust yet, so We should probably sort that out just in case. Because we have got, like, almost 500,000 lapis. Also, what was this all about? I'm assuming this was an old... Oh, wait, no, that's a nuclear craft neoteric thing. What the hell was that all about? The Kugelblitz chamber. Obviously. Sentence you don't think your Minecraft brain has ever heard? Wait, which sentence is that? I don't think it's actually implemented. I think it's just something that's supposed to be being removed and just hasn't been. And I guess they're probably not going to bother now since I'm pretty sure they're going to be just completely getting rid of nuclear craft neoteric. Maybe not for the 0.13 update, but... They will no doubt be doing it soon. Oh, there's the field-stabilized Omnic Pulsar compound. This is doing both the activated netherite as well, so that's going to be... It's not actually going to utilize both of them, because it's doing the bloody activated netherite as well. I hate activated netherite. And so you can get lost as far as for all you're concerned. I see. I've not had the same hatred of it that other people have. I didn't mind it at all. It is kind of broken though. Like these are all using the active coolers, which are supposed to use fluids to cool them, but they don't. Like you were supposed to like in older versions you had to pipe in coolants for them. And you don't anymore. Like, they just work. It's kind of ridiculous. Yeah, you do need to like dig around in JEI quite a bit to figure out what you need. I spent a decent amount of time doing that actually. Right, so what else is kind of remotely slow? Not much, honestly. Mostly just the microminer missions. I kind of wish I had made another of the hyperbolic microverse projectors now. Oh, you know what we can do while we wait? We've still got some quests we need to mop up, don't we? So let's start working on some of those. Oh, and we've also got our max age trophy as well. That can go in front of Ramilla. There we go. Should be lurking around chat, but over the weekend on the stream you've been watching, we'll be starting a Darkness Falls playthrough if you want someone to play alongside. Potentially. I don't know. I won't be around Discord for a while though. That's the only thing. I've got a lot of things going on, to put it mildly. And a lot of things in my head are a little bit messed up and kind of twisted, and I'm struggling a lot mental health wise. And it's been kind of affecting the streams, and I don't want to end up trying to continue streaming and then permanently negatively affecting the stream. Because while this is my kind of sole source of income, I feel like at this point continuing is going to do more damage to that than taking the break. So we'll see. Like the only downside to it is the problems that I have, I currently have no clue how I'm going to fix any of them to make them better. So that's something I need to kind of try and figure out. Right, there we go. We got 4 more of the mono platings. How are we doing now for Monium? We are down to another 56. Let's request another lot of those. It's also expensive, Pure. And what I've been offered via the NHS and going to my GPs is things that I've tried in the past and have just haven't helped at all. Basically, the only thing that the GPs have been able to offer have been CBT therapy and antidepressants. That's pretty much it. I've been trying to get an ADHD diagnosis for over 4 years. Bearing in mind that the waiting list that I'm on was 1.5 years when it started, and we're now 4 years into it, and I still have at least a year to wait. So, I've been completely failed by our health service. That's the long and short of it. Yeah, it's not great. If I thought it would do any good, quiet, I would welcome it. Unfortunately, I don't think it will. We're going to be waiting here for so long. But it is what it is. There's not a huge amount. Unfortunately, the worst thing now, though, for me, is I've reached a point where I struggle to see the positive in anything anymore. So even if there are other avenues I can potentially go down, persuading me and my brain to actually follow them without my brain just going, well, it's not going to fucking work anyway, is difficult. So I don't know. I need to figure this out. I'm not going to go into it anymore on this. I've already kind of said more than I should do in the stream. So, but yeah, I think that's the general gist of it is mental health reasons. The NHS still thinks mental health is a joke. They do, and there's also the fact as well with the NHS that they are also severely underfunded, which doesn't help matters much. Oh, thank you, PR. I appreciate it. Been in dark place yourself before. I'm glad you managed to find your way out of them. At least I hope you've managed to find your way out of them. Yeah, just we're not going to get into politics, but let's just say that and no matter what government we have, like they're fucking the country up one way or another. Are we waiting on anything in here or no? So what are we waiting for? We weren't waiting for Reridit. I'm assuming. Are we waiting on vacuum freezers again? No, vacuum freezers are good. The problem with things like that though is I have a real need to be in control of myself at least, and it's why I don't drink anymore either. Like I hate the feeling of not being entirely in control. But it does alter your perceptions of things though, right? It's just, I don't know. I wouldn't even know where to start looking for stuff like that. And honestly, things like that, they're not going to help me. They're the kind of thing, they're the same reason it's the kind of thing I wouldn't want to do for the same reason I don't like taking antidepressants anymore. It's more of a band-aid than an actual solution. And I would much rather try and find a solution rather than something to make things easier for a little while. Because then it gets easier for a little while, then it goes back to being shit again, and I feel even worse because I felt better for a while. That's what I tried with antidepressants in the past, though. And they worked for a short while and then stopped. And it was actually the fact that they stopped working was the reason that I eventually started realizing that part of my problems were potentially ADHD and potential autism as well, rather than just depression. Because I always assumed all the problems I was having were actually just depression, when in fact that the depression that I was feeling was likely more of a symptom rather than a cause. You're in the diagnosed ADHD boat, and probably some undiagnosed autism there as well. They do tend to go hand in hand quite often, don't they? You know, it's illegal for almost everything here. Can get it for like cancer and epilepsy. That's the thing. Like, I don't know the legalities of it over here either. Like, that's another thing I don't actually know. Like, I do not know the legalities. Right, can we order another 4 of those? Oh, fuck off with the annealed copper again. I love passive crafting of things, but it does screw with my my request crafting sometimes. But yeah, the general gist of it is I'm also stuck in a situation that's making me, the situation I'm in and where I am is making me worse, and I can't get away from that. There's nothing I can do to get away from one of the things that's making things worse. So I've just got to figure out how to deal with it and what I can do about it. I think I just kind of need a little bit of headspace to be able to do that. So hopefully I have enough saved up at the minute to be able to step back from everything for a little while. I should be able to. Right, how many more of these do we need to do? We're doing another 4 now. Then we've got, what? Well, we've only done 2 so far, so the third. So we've got 5 more to do after this one. Oh, dear. That was concerning. I appreciate that, Pure. I don't entirely agree with that, but I appreciate it. I appreciate the sentiment. I really hope this hasn't... If this has screwed my world at the last fucking possible moment, I'm going to be so mad. Because I haven't backed up in a while. I mean, it's literally just waiting at this point. I'm sure it's fine. I've had one issue with similar things so far. I don't know what caused it then either. Come on, be nice. Come on. There we go, we're back. My only concern with this is whether it messed up any of my microminer missions or anything. And lost us some microminers, but... I have a feeling we might have lost a microminer there. We'll see. Bennett, thank you for the hydrates. I appreciate it. Alright. Now, please don't crash on me again. I'm not asking for much. I just need you to not crash on me. Does anybody want to take bets on what we start running out of first, material-wise? I'm going to go with potentially vanadium. We had some issues. Oh, no, we got 17,000 vanadium. We're fine for vanadium. Oh, by the way, I did have to fix the Naquita line as well. The Naquita line screwed up earlier because I ran out of space. Wait, have you... No, wait, why have you stopped now? Oh, God. Oh, wait a minute. No, it's not that. Is it the titanium trifluoride again? Wait, no, wait. It's the antimony trifluoride we're missing again. Why are you not importing? Huh. The building is crumbling at your will. Just make sure you're not inside it when it crumbles. Why is this not... Why? Just... Why? You are set to allow... There is impure... Oh... Ah, for fuck's sake. Ah... I forgot to put the bloody filter on, didn't I? So that's gone, and the Nequadria solution that got sent back into the interface has just got fed straight back in again. Right. So we need to whitelist you and take you out. There we go. Right. Now, hopefully, that'll work. Well, the only one suffering is just very difficult to get a response from healthcare, not just in the UK, but here in Ireland too. Definitely is something needing to be done about the government's POV of mental health. Daily struggles to get through to your kids. We're 100% convinced has some form of autism to understand that she needs what she needs and how you can teach her, etc. Yeah, that's gotta suck, especially for, like, I obviously have no concept of being a parent, but like to have your kid and, like, I'm guessing yourselves as well going through that kind of thing, and then just to not be able to do anything to help it has got to be so frustrating. I mean, technically no, V, which is why I'm taking a break, but as things are currently, like in this specific moment, I'm okay. I'm good. How are you doing, V? No, we're just talking about the reasons why I'm taking a break, that's all. Marimana, hello. How are you doing? And Becky as well. All the awesome people here today. All right, we got some more of the causality exempt monic heavy plating there, didn't we? Beautiful. We are slowly getting there. We are going to need to do... Hang on, if I were to request 128 more, how about 256 more? Hey, let's request another 256 monium. How are we doing for infinity? Oh, we still got like 1,300 there. Is that 1,300 or 1,800? It's 1,300. That should be fine. Grubs on bus. I'm waiting for a message from the testing facility. And if you got your PT numbers today. You good? Hope I'm doing. Hope you're doing as far as well. I'm doing okay. I'm doing all right. All right. We've still got like 7 of the circuits to craft. And wait, that was the 3rd of the causality exempt monic plating ones. I'm assuming I haven't got enough monium for even one of those at the moment. 88 monium for each one, so I've got a little bit. How is the else doing? Because that was one of the bits I was concerned about. Oh no, we're fine. We got almost 2,000 still with the else, so we're good. Yep, we're almost there. We've literally got 5 more of the micro miner missions for these plates to send out, and then we've got 7 of the circuits to craft, and then that's basically everything. Like all the other bits and pieces, the 4 items for these corner bits here, we have already, but they're just being used for other things right now. And then the last creative energy data we have just through over in the other world, in the other dimension rather. So we're doing all right. Oh, how am I doing for iridium? Oh, we've still got 11k. We're still fine. We could probably do with sending out some more Iridos mine missions, but we should be good. Oh, by the way, V, speaking of D&D, V, I've been watching a ton of D&D videos on YouTube recently, mostly from Oxventure. I've been really enjoying them. Neither yourself nor your partner were diagnosed for the same reason your child isn't, the century-long waiting list. Yourself and your family think you have ADHD, and Jody has suspected autism, but yeah, same story. Can never get what you needed in terms of help. Now you're struggling to get the help for the child. When did you like realize that you had ADHD? Was it later in life, or was it kind of earlier on? Because I found that like I didn't realize that it was even a possibility for me until like mid to late 30s. So, well, mid 30s, I guess it would have been. So it was like really late, and I think by that time I'd already developed a whole bunch of coping mechanisms for like maladjusted coping mechanisms for a condition I didn't even know I had. Any more D&D videos? Go watch the Eros campaign. Super good. Hang on, could you either like whisper me or DM me that name, Pure? I wouldn't mind checking it out. I'd be interested in seeing more in more things. I really enjoy the Oxventure ones though, because they do it in like just an incredibly kind of fun, non-serious way. But again, I get it could be that like everyone else does that, but I just haven't watched anybody else. But yeah, when you were younger, your mother would make jokes about it because your crappy attention span and mood changes. But as you got older, I and other family members came to realize that it may actually be the case. Yeah, so like relatively early then, at least, I guess, which arguably makes it easier. But if you're not getting the help you need for it, it doesn't make much difference how early you catch it, I guess. Right. What are we waiting on? We can't send out, because this was using Serene Catalyst, we can't send this out until, we can't send the next Monarch mission out until that's done. How are we doing for hearts now? A2. Actually, that's a point. What are we using for the heart mission? Which, oh, we've only got one. Wait, no, we don't need that one. Oh, would it be worth making another tier 10 minor? You know what? I think I'm gonna make another couple of these. Maybe another 3 of these. That way we can send the heart missions out. But then we'd have to do the more Infinity Catalysts. No, I don't think it's gonna be worthwhile. I don't think we need to do that. Right, we should have enough for another one of these. Beautiful. Oh, fuck off. Oh, Becky, did you see that the new Phasmo map's being released, I think, on the 11th? I think Nell's Diner's coming out. I'm kind of looking forward to that. How are we doing for Crystal Matrix now, anyway? 24,000 ingots and 127,000 dust. Pretty well. Okay. Right, I need to make sure that I don't look at that that whisper from you yet, Pure. Because if I look at it now, I won't remember to look at it later, because the alert for it will be gone. I do that all the time. Like, I'll ask somebody to send me something. They'll send it on Discord, and I'll think, oh, right, I've got an alert there, so I'll go and look at it, and then the alert will be gone, and then by the time it comes to actually going to look at it, I'll just have completely forgotten. Right, what are we waiting on? Not too much. Never done that before. No. To be fair, it's quite often with DMs from you, Quiet, so... Oh, shit, I didn't even think about doing that, Pure. That's a really good idea. I didn't even think... I honestly didn't even remember you could do that. Are we running out of space in any of these? There's not a huge amounts of anything. Oh, we're down to only 1,800 Hadal shards. Oh, no, never mind. We've got a bunch more in there. Oh no, we've got 27,000 Hadar shots. Never mind. That's fine. That's okay. Oh shit, I need to take a break actually. We're 3 hours in and I haven't taken a break yet. Right, I'm going to go and do that now. I'm going to go and make myself another cup of tea. If you guys have been sat down for a little while yourselves, I do suggest you do the same thing. Just get up, wander around, use the bathroom, whatever you need to do. Don't go too far though, because I will be back in just a couple of minutes. So I will see you all then. Might do so. Yes, if you can make tea, go make tea. Tea's awesome. Right, I will be right back. All right, everybody, I am back, and apparently... Oh, no, I was going to say, apparently Pretzel is broken, but it hasn't. It's just taking its time. Thank you for the welcome backs. We got our four... We got 4 more of them. All right. We can request more. I think I'm just going to not bother with doing the other bits and pieces with, like, the manually doing the infinity ingots and just let them be crafted while we're doing the demonic plating and stuff. Did I ever upgrade this to 16 amp UIV? Yeah, we did. Okay. Good. We're almost there. You'd think after spending this long playing through this pack, I'd be kind of burnt out on Greg Tech a little bit. I'm looking forward to... I know you guys obviously aren't going to be able to see this, but I'm looking forward to carrying on with my... making a lot more progress on my StarTech playthrough as well. I've been really kind of... I've been really enjoying StarTech so far. It really is. Like I think I tried it. First time I tried it was when it first came out. And it was okay back then, but it's really... It is, that's what I mean. Triz, I'm not burnt out on Greg. But no, I've decided to try doing things a little differently to how I normally would in kind of playthroughs like that, and going far more overboard with the way I do things. Since I can just, like, with not streaming it, I can just set things up and go off and play Phasmo for a little while something processes. I can be a little bit more relaxed with it. Pally, how are you doing? It's good to see you, man. Are you still playing Satisfactory, Pally? Still around the primitive steel era? Once you start getting steel, things get a little easier. Yes. I mean, well, to be fair, Greg Tech in general benefits from a lot of passive lines, but that's one of the things I'm going to do. I want to make sure that I have very robust passive setups for everything, and I kind of noticed with the the rock breakers in Moni, like using things like that to get resources from as many places as possible. I've already got power set up at least until EV, probably late EV, early IV. So I'm just getting into MV now, and I'm already producing 188 amps of MV. Yeah, it really is. I love the resource generation in it, Pure. I think it's done really well. What power gen am I using? I'm using lapidary dynamos. I've got 4 mechanical sieves set up with MV energy hatches. That's making enough diamonds for me to run. It's actually 43 point something. Yeah, with diamonds. I'll probably be upgrading it to the Lapitron crystals when I can. But at the minute, I think I'm making enough diamonds to run 43 lapidary dynamos. I'm only doing 40 of them, all with MV upgrades for MV. What would be the component upgrades, I guess, and also 3 MV efficiency upgrades. And that's producing, I think it's 96,000 FE per kit, FE per tick. So works out at 24, I think, thousand EU. They make scaling really nice. I still think they're going to probably fall off around the end of EV, IV, but at that point you get into like high octane gasoline and other potential power options. So I've not actually made it to HV yet. Like I say, I'm still in MV at the moment, so I am looking forward to getting some of the stuff. I'm actually looking forward to seeing how mystical agriculture is implemented, because it looks like a really interesting way to do it. All right. You beat it now. You're doing a modded playthrough. You're doing far better than me with Satisfactory then, Pally. I've still never made it past oil. I always seem to get burnt out around oil. So yeah, that's I've not looked at modded for a while either. Mystical is very Gregified. Yeah, I think in one of my previous playthroughs a while ago, I just got to the first multi-block that you could duplicate the Inferium essence with. I just got to that point. I hadn't gone any further with it, but it does look interesting. Yeah, go for it, Pally. Is this the vanilla one? I would love to see that. Yeah, these are definitely taking a little while, but given that we only need, what, 3 more of them? No, 4 more of them, I think. Wait, no. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, 3 more of them. And then we've just got the circuits, and then we're good. You can never get past early gaming packs before playing a different one. It depends on, like, when I'm streaming it, I tend to be quite good at actually completing packs. We've completed quite a few on the channel over the years. Off stream, I'm a little more okay with just stopping and going to something else. But streaming, it really helps me stay focused. Although I think I kind of have semi already decided when I come back, if I assuming I come back to streaming, that it will probably be to GTNH. There's a very high chance it will be GTNH at least. Because I really want to do a 2.8 playthrough. Okay, so the contained singularities are one of the things that's taking the time. Right, can we speed that up? Wait, why is that taking time? What the... Why? Why are the contained... Well, they're not anymore. I don't think it... Well, I think I just, like, looked at it at the wrong time. What have we got power-wise in here? I mean, we've got a 4-amp UEV hatch in there. That shouldn't take too long. We could upgrade that energy hatch, though. Okay, that would pretty much be the way I'd see it, Pure. It would be almost like a forever world. I'd want to spend a lot of time building in it and actually building a decent-looking base. It's something I'm doing in StarTech as well. I've kind of got the things laid out and plans for essentially like a huge, I think it's like 11 chunk diameter, like Gothic castle kind of vibe to it. The only annoyance with that is that I'm wanting to use Deep Slate and some of the chipped variants of Deep Slate, and I can't actually get, or at least I can't directly get, the non-cobbled Deep Slate. At the moment, I have to use the igneous extruders to get cobbled Deep Slate and then smelt it, which is just a pain in the ass. You're building a 3x3 chunk tower in StarTech? Yeah, that's kind of... I've started to really enjoy the larger builds. I have realized, though, that my builds are starting to look very, very similar all the time. Like, I'll have a central tower, and then there'll be 4 kind of offshoot areas. And it's no different in my other one. I'd like to actually make it a little less, a little more asymmetrical. But I've kind of... My brain just... Especially with GregTech, my brain just hones in on keeping things chunk aligned and symmetrical. It's just the way it always ends up going. There you go, 4 more. You should build a Halo-style tower like your one on screen right now. Honestly, I wish I'd done more work on the build on this. That's concerning. Where did my microminer go? There's not like a failure chance with the microminers, is there? Oh, awesome, Pally. Thank you. It's lost. This one's gone as well. The beryllium one's gone as well. You know what? We really should have had a board with fucking a lost microminer counter. Stream on Hicks, name Soul something, and he build a Tron world in GTNH. Oh, that would look so epic. Yeah, that mine is gone. That is the tier. Oh wait, no, it's back again now. What the fuck? We are missing tungsten carbide. Wait, what? Oh, I hate microminers. What the fuck? Like, this has worked every time up to now. Now, all of a sudden... what the... just... Oh, I know what it is. It's the same problem as before. As we mentioned before, with needing previous things for it to as like the outputs of it to craft it. I think it's something to do with needing we need omnium as one of the the monium as one of the outputs from another mission, and yeah, it's just gone weird then. I mean, it can do recursive ones, but it's I think it's the fact that it's needed in 2 different recipes that's the problem. So we're just going to need to do the monium separately and then request the things. That should be fine. You can do recursive ones if it's just a single recipe. So you can just have a single microminer and then have that microminer be returned as a byproduct of the recipe, and it will just recycle it. But it seems like if there's more than one in there that recycles it, it's causing issues. Larvae, please stop eating my microminers. I need those. They're expensive. It does only let you do 1 at a time, although you can do it with... You can multiply the recipe to, say, do 8 at a time. So long as you've got 8 of the microminer, it's fine. Oh, no, you can. You can do it that way. So... Well, I can't test it, right? Yeah, you can. So long as you've got the... hang on, let me see if I can find one that we can test this on. We can't do it... We can't do it yet anyway, so the thing's going out to get more money on, but yeah, if you say for getting this will give us 448 galena with 8 things. I can easily use that to request, say, 4,000 galena. You have to make sure the way I normally do it, I'll have obviously hang on, let's try. So let's do it with the lapis, because we're probably going to run out of lapis soon anyway. But if we do it with lapis, say this recipe is set to do, one recipe is set to do 512. We have, how many microminers? 10 of the tier 2s. So if we then just request 4,096 of them, it works fine. And it will just use the byproduct output as an input, and it will only require enough for one recipe. I don't know exactly how it works, but... Oh, hang on, let me... sorry, let me... there you go. Thank you, Quiet. It depends on what it is. If it's it tends to work for just simple recipes. If it's something that requires another thing from previously, like the recursive crafting thing from other ways, it seems to cause issues, but usually it works for me. Right, we should be able to get the next lot of causality exempt monic heavy plating. Then we got that one, then one more recipe, and then that's all of the plating done. Hang on, let me check out that video.
This week on...
Oh, shush. Oh, fuck, I closed it down. I'm clicking all the wrong buttons today. This is where I accidentally closed the screen down. Hang on, let me switch over to this. I'm assuming I'm going to keep the sound off, I think, for now, but actually no, you know what?
The week, the space elevator. This monumental machine is the mark of an endgame player. If you've made it to UV or beyond, you've probably made the space elevator. Capable of supporting 3 different types of modules, the space elevator is a multi-use machine, mining asteroids, siphoning gases, and even assembling delicate electronics. The capabilities of this structure are based on module blocks, which can be placed around the base of the structure. A space elevator can host up to 24 modules depending on the tier of the structure. Higher tier structures
I
also
love how
unlock
complicated
upgraded
the
versions of the
multi-blocks are in
modules, operating at
GTA.
higher voltages and with more parallels. One thing they don't tell this week
First
on
five stage.
GTNH
Right, so... Yeah, that does look pretty epic. I love some of the, like, they work so well with shaders as well. I was kind of getting into that, though, Triz. Anyway, right, I'm getting the music back again. Especially GTNH with Twist. Yeah, a lot of people have mentioned that to me. I'd never heard of it until, with kind of Twist until recently. So it's something I might need to look into, but since I want to stream eventually or potentially stream GTNH, I don't want to start a playthrough off stream and then have to completely restart again later. So I'm kind of having to wait. Going to building 3 of these to act like the 3 pyramids. I mean, that would be pretty epic. I mean, I was happy with the size of my... Well, I wasn't happy with the size of it. It was too bloody small in the end, but I thought this was a reasonably big base. And then you look at some other people's, and it's like, yeah, mine's tiny in comparison. See, if I'd have got to that point and realized that, then I would probably have quit, because one of the things I hate the most in any expert or so-called expert packs is when the only way for progression is spamming shitloads of the same multi-block. I hate doing that. I absolutely hate doing that. It's why you'll never see me, like, generally spamming, like, loads of machines to speed things up. I would rather find a more interesting way of doing it. And I feel like for pack devs, it's just laziness in, like, rather than trying to find creative ways for people to be able to make more resources, it's just spam shitloads of the same machine. It's just kind of tedious and low effort. Why does that seem like it's stuck? Where are those made? That's Omnic Forge as well, isn't it? Why does that feel like it's stuck? And why am I on the wrong side again? I'm sure I've heard it mentioned, but I don't know anything about it. We lost some stuff somewhere. How did that recipe go missing? What the actual... Of a lost and found table. That'd be nice. Like if you just have those. If you've ever played the last few Borderlands games, where there's essentially like a lost and found thing. So any weapons, any kind of guns or anything that get flung out of bounds or you just don't pick up, get put into this lost and found thing. You just have that with micro miners. That'd be nice. But I fixed fluids inside it. Was a different. I think that was a different multi-block, but yeah, I think that was fixed. I don't know what happened with that. Like, that recipe didn't use any fluids, so like I don't know where they went, unless there was a recipe conflict somewhere. But that wouldn't make sense because it would have left some of the items in there. So like I don't know what happened there. But yeah, we've got one more of those to make. How are we doing for infinity? Oh, we should be fine for the infinity things. We still got 82 hearts. Honestly, I think we're fine. I think we should be maybe half hour or so. We should be done. Nope, the Omnic forges don't take fluids at all in any of the recipes. It's all just items. But if there was a recipe conflict with it, like that's the weird thing. If there was a recipe conflict with it, it would have taken, or if some of the items we used in another recipe there would still be some of the items from the recipe we were trying to make left in there, and there was nothing left in there. So the only thing I can think is like I have had some weirdness happen with the pattern buffers in certain situations. So maybe it's something to do with that. I don't think it's a big deal anyway. There was nothing in that was like especially expensive, so we're not too fussed. How is my cadmium doing now, by the way? Yeah, we're down to 9,000, but I think we don't need to worry about cadmium anymore. I don't think we need to worry about else either. There we go. One more of those, and then 7 circuits, and we are good. Right, let's send another mission out to get more monium. Can we do this? Can we do 128? We can. Beautiful. You know, Matt also had issues with pattern buffers. Yeah, I think Matt had a lot more issues than I had with them. Matt also seemed to have a ton of issues with the pattern buffer proxies as well, didn't he? I've most of the time my pattern buffer proxies works just fine. There are sometimes, like you say, Spider, they just forgot they existed and then just stopped working. Some of the stuff you just straight used wrong. It happens. That's what you've got. That's what we've got chat here for, though. So chat can tell us when we're wrong. I think like quite a few of the the ME based blocks with GT are a little weird. Yeah, final pack, final day completing the pack, final day. We are one recipe of causality exempt monic heavy plating left, and then just the 7 circuits, and everything else we've basically got. So we're pretty much done. It's just waiting now and having a chat. Right. How was your playthrough going, mate? Have you beaten me to the finish line yet? Da-da-da-da-da. I do wish there was less waiting around at the end of packs. That's one thing I do wish. Also, I also wish I'd use this a little bit more, because we've got this entire top section here with just this kind of pathetic looking launch pad on it. That's all it was. So Bucky can't play at all. Stopped playing like a month ago. Got the Infinity Solar Panel and a few other stuff. Oh, how like so many people seem to be having far more bugs than I've been having. I feel like I must, despite the fact I've had a few, I feel like I've got pretty bloody lucky with it. Because there's only been a few of them, and most of them I've been able to pinpoint exactly where I've gone wrong. Like most of the bugs I've had haven't actually been bugs; they've been more kind of user error. Like I think a lot of the times that I've lost microminers was probably due to my ME system kind of very, very briefly failing. And that like just the wrong time because there wasn't enough power going into it. Because ever since I got the creative power cells, I've had no issues at all. So that's the only thing I can assume that it was. That's our 128 monium. That should be enough for the last lot of causality exempt. Really? Do I need to do more infinity ingots first? Is that what it is? Power cell for single tick AE failures. I mean, I had what I thought was a reasonably sized power buffer, and at the time I set it up, I think it was. And then we started getting into like UEV, and it just wasn't anymore. Like I did not scale up the power overly well, or the power input into the ME system. Yeah, I noticed that like they don't always show up properly in the when you look at the controller, and it was just it's a lot of weirdness. Are you gonna still complain? No. Oh no, you're gonna complain just about different things now. Left your world for a week, like 37 million LV circuits. Oh yeah, you were one of the people I was talking about earlier when you mentioning the issues with emitters. When you mentioned it, I'd had no issues at all. I have had a bunch of issues since then though. The issues you had with the emitters, were they mostly with threshold emitters? By any chance? Because that's where all of my problems have come in. Is with the threshold emitters. Yeah, the 37 million LV circuits. I mean, you need a lot of LV circuits in this world, but maybe 37 million, perhaps not the best thing to have. I mean, most of my emitters aren't directly next to things anyway. Well, the ones for the multi-blocks aren't directly next to them. The ones for the multi-blocks tend to be facing into a block next to them, but sounds like you're not having a lot of luck with redstone meat. But no, if something like that happened to me, I feel like I probably would have rage quit as well. Or at least just cheated things back to a point where I was before. Wouldn't tick update properly. I think that's the issue that I'm having with the purely the threshold ones. Like I say, none of the regular emitters I've had any issues with at all. But the threshold ones, and only really in one setup, and that was this. I keep running out of we're all right now, like pulsating prediction matrices, because some of these just won't turn on. I'll need to go in and I literally manually go into here and just like update it essentially, not change anything, and it just go into the GUI of it, and it will yeah, it's actually just done the same thing there. Yeah, so the resonant clathrate one, that had stopped working. It's like it's just really annoying. But the thing is, though, what I find weird, though, Pure, is that I don't think it's purely A2's fault, because it only seems to update when I go into the actual GUI of the emitter. Sorry, of the machine controller on the machine. So, it seems to be that's not updating properly. The only downside to doing it that way, though, Pure, is that it makes it absolutely impossible to have a decent looking base. Like, you can't hide things out of the way like that. Well, the thing is, though, it's not pointing. That shouldn't make a difference, though, Pure. Like, it's not pointing into the machine controller. It's pointing into a block. That's exactly the same as if you're putting a piece of redstone into a cobblestone block next to a. So hang on. Hold on. Let me grab that. So it's essentially the same as having that there and then having a block next to it and then running redstone into that. Like, it's exactly the same. The redstone should still power the block. Like, if you powered that, it still powers that. So, like, I don't know. It's weird. It seems inconsistent as well. That's the worst thing about it. Well, all full blocks can. Like, we know that, like, the PTFE casings can definitely transfer a redstone signal. What do we need? Redstone lamp again. Like, any solid block can transfer a redstone signal. So, like, who knows? It's just weird and a little glitchy. So, who knows? I never ever had issues with AE2 before. Moni, however, is broken all over. Yeah, I have had a few issues with it. Not as many as some people, thankfully, but I have had a few issues. And there we go. There is the last of the platings. Now we just need the circuits. And we are going to do these manually crafting a bunch. Wait, how much monium do we need per circuit? Well, let's get all the monium ready first. How many do we need per circuit? Roughly... Oh, only 34. So we need 7 of those. That's... How many? 238, roughly. I could have just done this, actually, couldn't I? That would have been... Oh, 218 we need. So let's just try and get all of the monium. And we should be okay then. I'll say you don't think it's got anything to do with the emitter or machine controller. I think they messed with some tick update setting. Because last week you played Moni, you started having normal redstone signals not disappearing when they should. Yeah, that does seem a little weird. It seems odd that they would play around with something like that, but if you're having the issue with vanilla redstone as well, then it just seems odd. But yeah, I guess with anything like this, and this is actually one of the reasons why I'm a little concerned about them making, for 0.13, making things more complicated. Because as fun as those additional complications sound like they're going to be, the more complicated something is, the more chance there is for something to go wrong. So I'm hoping it doesn't lead to more people having issues like this. Because that's the downside. Like, this is... I think it's the downside with a lot of expert packs is... people like the devs come along, they think this is a really cool idea, but then we're going to do this, and then but they don't think about how it's going to impact everything else. They just think this is a cool idea, we'll do this. I think Meatball Craft was a little bit like that as well, honestly. Does anybody remember how many I said we needed? It was 218. Oh, I can't believe we're almost done. Actually, one thing I'm going to do while I'm waiting, I do want to have at least one, because we're going to be using our last creative energy data, I do want to have at least one of all of the items that we can make from this, just in case we do decide I want to carry on the world afterwards. So I think the only one I don't have is that, the Ender IO creative power. Let's request another stack of those. Yeah, we've got the creative energy cells, and I have some of those. So yeah, we just want to make one of those. And then we can obviously make as many as we want of them afterwards. Because I would like to come into this world afterwards and probably in creative mode and actually finish the build. Also, I did... does anybody know of a way to speed these things up? Because I never found a way to actually make these faster. I could never get it to ever get more than like 40 Omnium ingots every... I think it's every 5 seconds the output buses update. Doesn't make a difference with the computation power. We're already putting 100,000 in there. If I were to change that to 1 million... apparently it would just stop entirely. Okay, so 100,000 is fine, but 1 million... Oh, wait, no, I deactivated, didn't I? Still exactly the same. Weird. I never found a way to... Because, like, I think I have... Oh, no, I only put an LUV energy hatch on this, but when I had a 16 amp UIV energy hatch on here, it was still only using LUV power. So, like, I don't think there's a way to speed it up. And they can't take parallel hatches either, so... Alright, we are so close to being done. I'm still fully expecting there to be one more thing, at least, that trips us up here. But we are so close to being done. Right, I'm going to do... Hopefully one more Monium mission should be good. Have I got any UEV energy hatches at the moment? Yeah, so it's the higher energy hatches don't affect it either. That's the weird thing. So this is a 4 amp UEV. Max Respite UEV, Max EU per tick, and then if you look at JEI, Jade, still using LUV power. Still going the same speed. Like, it doesn't change. It will not go any faster than this. It's kind of weird. Alright, we are so close. Oh, hang on, I should probably... Oh, no, I did bring it back. I was going to say, I should bring that power thing back. I would be tempted to make one more Serene Catalyst, just so I have one left over, but I don't think I'm going to bother. That would definitely be a positive bug to have, if that was the case. I'd be okay with that kind of bug. Come on, we're almost there. Thankfully, I don't think the circuits take too long. We're still going to craft these one at a time, by the way. Or maybe 2 at a time. Yeah, we'll do them. We'll do the first 3 2 at a time, and then we'll do the last one just 1 at a time. There we go. Assuming it'll let us do them 2 at a time, which it will. All right, let's keep an eye. Does anybody else wish we could make this taller as well? You know how you can make the A2 terminal thing taller, smaller, what have you? I wish we could do that with the with this as well, just so you could see a little bit more of what's going on. Nope. That just takes you back to the crafting terminal. And again, activating netherite is the thing that's slowing us down a little bit. Honestly, though, I will say that like the end of this pack has been a lot less painful than I expected it to be. It was certainly a lot less painful than Monifactory was. Crafting tree. Oh, do you mean the EMI one? Or are we talking about the... Can we even get crafting trees in... Can we even get the crafting tree in this? Or is that in the one in... I'm trying to think where I've seen that. Or are you talking about the EMI one? Because this would be really nice to have a nicer way of doing this. Oh, right, that one. Yeah, that would be nice as well. The thing I disliked about Monifactory was just the sheer amount of the draconic fusion crafting setups I needed. I think I ended up with about 50 of them. I would highly recommend StarTech though. StarTech is really enjoyable. I've been thoroughly enjoying it so far. All right, 2 more, please. Thank you. We are nearly done. Yes, super flat is the way I'm doing it. Like I much prefer super flat worlds to just void worlds. Because I hate having to build cobblestone platforms. They're so tedious. Do it, mate. You'll enjoy it. I reckon you'll enjoy it anyway. It's another one that seems, at least early game, seems relatively easy in terms of kind of Gregification of things. And then later game does look like it gets pretty complicated though. And you've got to make a cat to finish it. You prefer void if you have to have mobs. With peaceful any terrain is fine. And that's the good thing about StarTech. It's designed to be played in peaceful, so you just turn mobs off. But yeah, I agree. Otherwise, I agree that if you have mobs on, it's a little annoying. Unless it's in a super flat world where you start in some kind of safe area kind of thing. A little bit like Cuboid Outpost, where you've got like the little building to start you in. I might like Trez. Do you want me to like? Is there anything that like? Would you be interested in seeing what my like relatively early game StarTech world looks like, Trez? Would that be of any use at all? So I can probably load that up after we've finished here, because we're going to be what, maybe a few more minutes maybe finishing this, and then a few people asked me to do a quick tour of the base. If people still want to do that, I can do that, but. But if not, it's fine. I'm more than happy to just call it a day once we've done this. Nearly there. One more craft of this, then there's one extra one after that, and then we are good. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. But then I tend not to like doing stuff like having anything except like dirt and regular stone, because otherwise it kind of, depending on the pack, it can potentially break progression. Like if you've got easy access to something like glowstone, it could potentially break progression. It wouldn't in StarTech, but there is the chance of it. Right, 2 more of your finest Monic processor mainframes, please. You watch, I'll... Oh, God damn it. Hold on, bear with me. Nope. Come on. You can do it. There we go. Oh, hang on. Thing is, unless you still have all your start machines laid out, I pretty much do. I haven't really torn anything down. I've been leaving everything there until I get to, the only things I've changed were I think I've replaced the steam ore processors with electric ones, but otherwise it's pretty much the same. Have we run out of cadmium yet? No, we still haven't run out of cadmium. Oh. The Elts line is still ticking along, slowly. But it is ticking along. Not even that steam yet. That's fair. I've still got a lot of my stuff there, and I can, if there's any questions you have with early game stuff, I can kind of see if I can help at all. It'll keep the stream going for a few minutes longer, I guess. Whether that's a good thing or not, I don't know. We are so close. I want to take the max hull out. I kind of want the max hull to be the last thing to go in there. I just have this horrible suspicion that I've missed something here with this. Like, these are all subatomic digital assemblers, right? Yes. Like, I just feel like I've missed something. I'm going to put that last item in. It'll just be this anticlimax of it not being the right recipe. Oh, there's one of them. There's 2. All right, we have 1 more circuit to craft. And then we are basically done. We might have to wait till some other stuff finishes crafting, because otherwise, I probably will wait until everything finishes crafting, like all the extra stuff. Just because I don't want stuff to break in the middle of doing it, because I take out the serene catalyst. You're just too hooked on the idea of OP automation, like see on your stream right now, that you're not doing much in the way of getting there. Trying to automate everything too early. Yeah, that's one thing. Like, it can take a little while to fully get GregTech automated. Like, I still haven't got everything automated. I've set up a few... In StarTech, I've set up a few kind of passive processes. I only just got clay electrolysis set up the other day. I kind of waited way too long for that. But there are a bunch of things you can automate early. Like, you can automate the sieves relatively early, and especially once you've got steel to get a collector and to make a collector. That makes it a whole lot easier. I think I've automated this cobble. I've got there we go. All right. That is that. Where's it going? There it goes. We're basically done. I'm leaving this to be the last thing we place in the center of here. And we just got, I want to wait until all of this stuff has finished. Then we can grab the serene catalysts out of here, and then we're done. Blackstone's definitely a good thing to get automated for the Galena and Stibnite. But yeah, I wouldn't worry about automating everything earlier on. We did it. We almost did it, Guitar Lilin. Did you get to where you wanted to be in the pack? Right. How much we still got to wait for some of this Skulk bioalloy to finish. It doesn't really matter. I don't think that affects anything that we're waiting for now, but I might have overmade the Infinity compound as well. Like, we've still got, like, over 700 left. You started poking at the late game? Nice. It's been done. It's nearly... Oh, come on. Would you stop requesting more shit, please? How much neutronium did we end up with? 178,000 neutronium. Wait, how much of this stuff did I even... I said it. Why did I set them in batches? I really need to get better at not leaving the batch size at 1. It makes it so much slower. You know what? Let's just cancel that. If I cancel this now, is it going to request it again? So we don't need that now, do we? Wait, what the... Chip, quiet, what the fuck? What the shit, quiet?
Don't even.
Quiet. Why? Quiet, thank you so much for the $100 that you absolutely should not have donated. But thank you so much. You should have spent that on you. It's more important. Anyway, right. Moment of truth. Who wants to take a guess at whether this actually works or not? Or whether I've missed something here? Oh, wait. Actually, you know what? Hold on. We need somewhere to put this. It won't work. Nice to see you have faith. Or do you know that it won't work and you've seen something that I've missed? There we go. That was not where I meant to put that. There you go. We'll give it a little pedestal. Two, you guessed 2. 42. All right, let's have a look. Yeah, I knew it. What did I miss? What did we miss? Monium gears. I knew it was something was going to be wrong. Petra, did you see what the issue was? Oh, god damn it. I forgot to turn them back into the actual serene catalyst. They were still the inert. Ah, damn it. I forgot. I never set that up to turn them back again automatically. Right, should we try that again? Let's just rewind a little bit. That last little bit didn't happen. This is the first attempt. Ta-da! So I blame Quiet. Quiet was just a little premature with the celebration there. Which again, thank you so much, Quiet. You are far, far too kind. You really, really are. But seriously, spend the money on yourself next time. Please. For the love of God. Right, but there we go. We have... Hey, it didn't even use up the tools either. The thing is, though, we're still not actually finished yet, by the way. we have a few more quests that we still need to complete. We'll take that for a start. You can go down there. And you can go on there. And you can go in there. Ta-da! Infinite creative chests. Fantastic. There we go. We're not quite done yet. I should have done this beforehand, but I kind of got sidetracked with chatting. We do have a few quests we still got to do. Or, more accurately, I think there's 2 quests we've got to do. Wait. No, don't crash on me. Don't crash on me. Don't do it. We've got 2 quests we got to do. We need to make a 24 tungsten steel turbine casings. And I think there's the tier 4.5 miner. I'm really annoyed at myself that I didn't do these first. I am genuinely really annoyed at myself for that. Oh, that was so annoying. Right, those are both circuit 6s, right? Right? Yeah. But no, we are basically finished at this point. We were basically finished at that point. How many do we need for the questicle? 24. Oh, wait, no, I had already done them. I just never took them out of the fucking thing. We already had a recipe for them. Okay, so that's that. But that's still not fully completed. Oh, shit, all the RTGs. Do we even want to bother with these? We can also go through now and finish off the ones that were not, that didn't unlock properly. All right, so RTGs. Hey, we can start generating a whole 100 EU per tick. Graphite plates. Hey, we actually got another use for the multi-block compressor. Where's this go? Assembler, no circuits. Right, for those people that wanted a short tour of the base, do people still want that once we've finished this? Are people still interested in that? I mean, I don't know. I'm not very good at doing base tours. I never know what people want to see. Because in my head, nobody cares about it. So, I don't know what people actually want to see. I'm talking about the Monifactory base, by the way. Not I'll still load up StarTech afterwards as well. But oh, we haven't got Californium 250? What the shits? Okay, how do we get Californium 250? Hold on. Right, Californium. Wait, I just want to double check to make sure we haven't got any in here and it's just not visible. No. All right, it's Californium 250. We get... What's going to be the easiest way to do this? HEB 248? Wait, how many do we need for this? 4. Let's get a few on. If I just stick you in there... And then grab you. And then we'll just stick you in here for now. Let's try that again. Also got to do the plutonium one and the Californium one. There we go. Not the GTNH endgame base. No, you might have to wait a few years for one of those. Right, that should be all of the RTGs now. Okay, so what am I still... Ah, large gas turbines. Okay. I'm aware I could probably be using the creative chests for these as well. No, I never set up the recipe for that. There we go. And I'll get a larger gas turbine. One of those. What else do we need? This should be the last thing we need then. 24 stainless steel turbine casings. Which, of course, we don't have. $24 of those. I think I'll do a slight tour of the there we go. Of the Monifactory base as well. But what have I not? Oh, right, we're missing the resonant components, and we're missing other stuff as well, no doubt. All right, and the backpack. Right, there we go. One of those. Now register it. It did. And then just that. Wait, what are the nuggets I need? Tungsten steel. At least this isn't anywhere near as bad as like the end of the ATM packs. Is that going to register that? It did. Perfect. Okay, we're still missing something. Can anybody see what I'm missing? I wish there was a way you could kind of like hide every quest that wasn't completed, like every quest that was completed, so you can just see what was left. Oh no, it is complete. I just didn't get the fanfare for it. Okay, fine. Screw you then. Right, then the tier 4.5 microminer is the last thing I think we need. Oh, actually, that's going to be a bit more of a pain than I thought. Top right had a lock on the icon. Okay, give me 2 seconds. We'll go and check that. Let me put these back as well. Right, we'll do tier 4.5 microminer. Yeah, this is going to be mildly annoying because we're going to have to do the flux infused swords. I think everything else is fine though. I'm assuming the swords aren't going to be overly difficult though. Have I fixed the quest book? Not yet, no. We'll try and do that in a minute as well. All right. Flux infused swords. Oh, there's a couple of things we need to make, but should be fine. I mean, if we struggle to do any of the things for this, at the point where we've just finished the pack, I will consider this to have been a failure. All right. 4.5. Okay, what are we missing? Double Lumium plates, liquid redstone, double HSSE plates. All right, double Lumium plates. Double HSSE. Yeah, we've just finished it. We've just done it, Hideyoshi. We're just mopping up the last few quests now that I should have done before we made the chest, but... Yeah, we can, but... I feel like that feels somewhat cheaty to me. It's not, obviously, we've completed the pack, but it's... I like to do these things as they were intended. And it's not like we're going to struggle to do any of them anyway. So... Right. There we go. Oh, right. What was the thing that you said we missed? Was that in the progression one? Oh, that, yeah. That was another one of the weird ones that didn't unlock properly. And that's like the first microverse one. There we go. Okay, we still something missing in late game. Now let's play... What the fuck? Oh, or is it just that because of that's still got the lock on it, despite the fact we've completed it and we've completed all of the things. Right, if anybody spots one of these that doesn't have a check mark on it, let me know. Good question. Yep. Right. We've got to find what we're missing here. At this point, I don't know if I'm missing something or if the dependencies have just screwed up. It was a little bit anticlimactic, but we did absolutely get it right on the first try, and I didn't screw up one of the ingredients. I would never do a thing like that. I'm pretty sure we've got everything. I'm pretty sure everything is done, but I'd love to be able to see like which things are missing. No, I'd never screw up. I'm a streamer. Mate, we never screw up. It just doesn't happen. I'm missing something on here as well then. It's like, where's Wally? Or whatever your regional version of that is. You see no minus the lock one? I don't see anything on here either. Like, there's not even any locked ones on here. There's only so many money coins you can have, though, mate. There's not even anything missing in here. Oh, no, right. Right. There's nothing showing up. as hidden, right? No, there's no... Oh, wait, no, there is. Is that why I'm not getting the completed one? You're hiding the quests? Large and aqua reactor. Stage do hard and knack fuel. So they've left a bunch of dependencies in here for hard mode. Is all I'm guessing from this, because we definitely didn't get that stage. Hang on, does anybody know? Like, is it game stages? Or is it Cube.js that's adding them? So are these... I've never used the stages with Cube.js. Is this just all of the Cube.js, all of the stages that are there? Or are these the ones that I have? And is there a command to give all... Is there a way to give all of them? So they're my stages. So I do have the hard and aqua to fuel stage. What is going on with this quest book? I should be able to mark the quest as complete, but with it locked, it may not work, because I had to do the same with this one, with the gemstone sensors. And that never actually unlocked the rest of these. So that's completed, but it's not actually... You have don't harder? Oh, wait, that was it? Oh. Hold on. So, I mean, I've obviously done this stuff. So it's clearly the triggers for triggering the stages haven't worked for whatever reason. Do you, Trish, do you know if there is a command to give all stages? It is definitely another bug. Ah, yeah, see, the lock's gone on there now. Ah, bloody bot. Hold on. Let me see. Service or pack mode environment. This file adds a set of constant booleans for convenience in determining if a feature is enabled, and enables game stages to toggle feature-specific FTB quests. Okay, so we can't complete the quest book because we're not playing hard mode. The fuck? Let me turn off editing mode for a minute. So yeah, that's there now. Naquita refinery, but there is not a Naquita refinery. Right, let's go through the ones that are showing up as not complete. I think we're just going to assume that we're just going to say like it's not going to work properly for us, and so long as we have everything checked, we can consider this done. Are we all good with this? Because everything here, I am pretty sure is checked. Can we just say like kind of complete all of these, or can I just remove the dependencies? But again, this one though doesn't make any sense. Like there is the only dependency is this. Oh wait, no, I'm not in editing mode at the minute, am I? Hold on. Was there another dependency? No, that's the only dependency. I think at this point, I'm just going to say we have done this. We have completed every quest that is open to us. Can we all agree that we have completed this, that this is done, that all quests are complete? Are we good with this? Honestly though, the end game one is the one that's annoying me the most. If I just complete that. Yeah, even that didn't finish it. It's so annoying. You go through the entire quest book there, you spend... Wait, how many hours did we spend on this? Hold on. Have we got an easy way of checking these days? No. Except, obviously, we can check on the stats page, but that gives you it in days played. But 29.73 days. So, holy shit, roughly over 700 hours playing this pack. Admittedly, there were a lot of AFK. There was quite a bit of AFK time in it, but this is the downside to not having it on a server. Like, if you want stuff to be running constantly, you kind of need to AFK. Chapters also have options to force complete if you want them to show complete. I mean, I'd rather they just actually completed, but I am happy to do that because we have done this. Everything was done, and I want all the blue marks. There we go. Right. Oh wait. Oh, dependencies. Oh, there's an entirely hidden quest line thing in there. I'm assuming for essentially dev purposes. Okay. I'm happy that I've completed the pack. I mean, as happy as I ever am. Right, so do we want a quick tour? We did, Neka, yeah. We have our creative chest. It's currently got... Why does it give me 3 when I do that? What? Why? That's so weird. Okay, so I don't know. Actually, let's go back to very briefly to where it all started. It looks a little different now. But this is where we started. I've still got my little cobblestone platform there for making the spruce trees without spreading bloody pods all everywhere. And then this was our initial 2x2 chunk area. Everything's obviously now gone. We did have a vanilla when we didn't have it in peaceful. We did have a vanilla iron farm, which actually really helped us out early on. Down here, there shouldn't be too much. Our old sugarcane farm. Oh, we do still have something set up here. This was for making basically for making the grey dye for making the concrete. And then I think that was for making stone. We also had an auto setup here for making the X-Tones blocks, X-Tones tile blocks. And then this thing on top was basically the thing that we copy pasted to make the new areas underneath the base. So this is where everything started. And then obviously we came back here. We started off with just the main base thing. This was supposed to have like a nice like big garden thing around here, all the way around here. And it will eventually when I finish it off. And then there's central tower on there. This was originally supposed to have the rotary hearth furnace at the top. Because I remembered from Monifactory it just being this huge multi-block. And compared to my base there, it was. And then when I saw it in relation to how the base was anyway, it would have just looked kind of pitiful in comparison. But as far as the base is concerned, this was obviously our main area. We have all of our distillation towers down here. I think that one was doing fermented biomass. That was distilling oil. And then these are distilling the various like heavy oil, light oil, naphtha, sulfuric gas. And then other ones over here. I think that was charcoal byproducts on there. And then various things from the charcoal byproducts. What was this one doing? I don't know, but it's not doing it anymore. Whatever it was. Yeah, this is all the distillation and all the various airs. This was the only, like, almost finished area. We've got all of the cracking units down here. This was obviously doing... this is making biomass for us to turn into fermented biomass. That's processing all of the sulfuric oils and desulfurizing them. That was mentioned earlier, actually, Hyena. I haven't heard of it until today, basically. We still have a few of our old drawers here, weirdly. I never did get rid of these. But these were making, like... Oh, hang on. These were making things like phenol. I was making phenol. This was making... charcoal byproducts. That was making creosote. Right, so recent YouTube thing. YouTuber called Hakuba has got a bunch of the GTNH gators and experts together with a bunch of noobs and are doing a Hermitcraft-esque series. They're also getting ages so no one shoots far ahead. Oh, that sounds really cool, actually. I like the sound of that. But yeah, that's what was over in this initial, the initial side. Like, most stuff was in here. This was where our initial stuff was. Oh, we've obviously got the sterile clean room here as well, and all of the trophies, and the shameless promotion of Quiet's book. What else do we have? Right, so over this side, this was originally going to be all of our request crafting stuff. We started off with a bunch of like single block machines over here, then obviously it slowly transitioned into using mostly multi-blocks. So we've got, this is passively creating ultra-dense hydrogen for us, or it is when it's not stocked up on it already. Then macerator, solidifier for balls. A bunch of stuff that we just kept in single block machines. This was purely for making cables. These haven't been used in a while since we got the Mega Alloy Blast Smelter, but these were our initial blast smelters, which we had a couple of vacuum freezers in the center to cool everything off. A bunch of LCRs. We added a few more to try and figure out where we were getting recipe conflicts. I eventually found out that there was nothing to do with the recipes conflicting. It was something else entirely. Multi-block arc furnace. The rest of the multi-block crafting stuff is now down here. This is all request crafting stuff, so obviously laser engravers, cutters, which these fit together really nicely, actually. I gotta say. Extractors. What was that? That was the polarizer. That was literally just doing magnetic rods. Mixer. This was a pain in the ass to automate. There was a bunch of recipe conflicts in this, to the point where I had to put a whole lot of things in just in blocking mode, which made them a lot slower. All the other ones, these were all doing like the wires, rods, the extruders there, multi-block assemblers. That is all the request crafting stuff. There's no particular order to any of this, by the way. And then this was all our power gen. The initial, there was, well, not the initial, but there was like 24 extreme combustion engines running on Gene gasoline. And then we eventually moved over to the Naquita reactors. We started with 24 of those, and then we added another 12 just to be on the safe side. Eventually moved over to the large Naquita reactor, which apparently these are also see-through, oddly. This was, what was this? Oh, this was producing the fuel for the large Naquita reactor. Obviously didn't get used for that long. PTERB, power transfer Einstein-Rosen bridge, which was used for transferring the power from our solar panels through to the main power substation, which is still not full. Oh, actually, you know what we can do? We need to fill, before we go, we need to fill this. Can we, hold on. Let me go and sort that out. Can we get a max laser hatch? Is there a, what's the highest tier? Laser target hatch. 4096 UIV? Is there really not a max laser hatch? Oh god, learn to type, chat. There is a substation energy hatch though. I'm just going to cheat these in, by the way. We can get them from the thing, but I'm just going to cheat that in. There's a calculation bug in that substation apparently, so it'll never fill. Oh, really? Interesting. Now I'm curious. This will be where it crashes my world somehow. Oh yeah, we're not actually in creative mode at the minute, are we? Let's grab one of those. So that's what, 64 amp max. I mean, it's okay. We're not going to fill this. It's still going to take 38 days, even with that. We could probably add a few more in, but I'm not that fussed. I just would have been quite nice to do. Anyway, that was our power substation. Where were we? That was the request crafting stuff. Let's go up to top again. This was all of the passive stuff over this side. Started with like that was all for processing salt water initially. This was all of the diluted gases. That was making oxygen for us. That was making quartz for us. That was processing sticky resin. What was that doing? Oh, that was the sodium hydroxide. And then I'm not going to go through every process, but this was all the passive stuff basically, which kind of evolved over time. We got the Naquita line, the platinum line, which everyone always, apparently this is a very kind of difficult line for a lot of people. I've never seen that personally, but that was where we got the plat line. That was the Naquita processing. That's obviously still broken somehow now. I'm not sure why at this point, but it is. This was making initially high-octane gasoline. Well, all the process to make high-octane gasoline, and then Gene gasoline added onto the top of there. That was the PBI. A bunch of chemicals being made, like a bunch of the acids. That's the same with all this stuff. This has seen us through ever since HV. Although I did notice after a while that it did start breaking with the, I think it just depended on the world loading, with the Certus cores, because if these get to a point where they have grown past the stage where they will drop Certus quartz dust, it will just break and stop working. But that was the Certus quartz. That was making all the stuff for Primal Mana. That was making rocket fuel. That was... I think that was a sodium loop for making oxygen and hydrogen. Oh, let me get down. What else do we have? This was all... this was more passive stuff. Just a bunch of motors along there. A lot of this stuff we set up later on, and it will be made to look nice if I ever finish this off. But this is just all passive crafting of things, various mixers for various things, and other processes like the Nequadria bolts, a few furnaces. What was that doing? PCB coolant, although that was changed later. Styrene butadiene rubber, just a whole bunch of stuff. That was just for making Prussian blue. Literally, that entire thing was just Prussian blue. Singularities, Eyes of Ender. I set these up so I could passively generate all of the various, like the void crystals and stuff like that, and I just never needed it. Underneath that is more passive stuff. This is where we move the hostile neural network stuff to. I feel like this might have broken again. It has indeed broken again. There's more passive stuff. This was basically creating oxygen. That was creating hydrogen. That was also for creating hydrogen. That was for nitrogen. I finally found where we were processing the salt water, by the way. I was looking for that the other day, and I couldn't remember where we put it. It's apparently down here. This entire bit down here was for making polyethyl cyanoacrylate. This was for processing and making terbium. And then obviously we've got our initial setup for the hostile neural network stuff, which we never quite filled out. And then that eventually got superseded by the multi-blocks. By the way, if I'm going too slow, too fast, like, please let me know. Oh, this was initially where we did all of our power gen as well. And so we've still got our initial numismatic dynamos that we kept for a while. And I didn't want to get rid of them. Then this was more... Well, this was all the passive microminer stuff that we set up. All for various different things. It's all in various different setups for how I've done it as well. Like, because it kind of evolved as I went through. And this was passively producing all the stuff we needed for it. And then, obviously, the other microminer, the Sculpt Biocharger, which this thing is a fucking scam. Because there's two different modes, like, you have to choose one or the other. So we obviously... And there's literally... In this, there is... Where is it? One single recipe in this entire multi-block. It's kind of ridiculous. This was the ore processing, like all the multi-block ore processing, which is now at a pretty decent speed. We've got all of our assembly lines down at the bottom, along with our data bank. I wanted to keep this here, again, for kind of like posterity. We didn't need any of this after a while. We've got the 6 assembly lines. Our research station, which again, I quite like having the setup for that still on, still kind of sticking around. This was the updated PCB coolant production. And then our first subatomic digital assembler for, that was mostly making monium for the most part. A couple of Omnic forges. I've still got to find a way that I'm going to find a way to keep this as it is and decorate it properly. I still don't know how I'm going to do that. But that was all of that. What was above this? What was above this bit? Oh, this was the EBF alley. This was all of our passive EBFs. Honestly, I really wish I'd done more of these. I really wish I'd made more passive EBFs. We got the vacuum freezers. That was making titanium for us. Then obviously the quintessence infuser that we set up at the end. And this thing was an absolute pain to make, but absolutely worthwhile. That was for making all of the empowered blocks. This was originally where our EBFs were, and then it got just repurposed. Then this was cooling everything from the EBFs, and then it got repurposed to just making liquid helium for more cooling. And then finally, I think we've got at the bottom down here, the one bit we haven't looked at yet, which was all of our hostile neural networks, nuclear craft neoteric stuff, all set up to produce various fuels, which actually worked out really nicely. And then down here we have the ELTS line for producing ELTS, obviously. A few more microminers, the hyperbolic microverse projector, and the rest of the ELTS processing at the back there. I think that's everything. That's everything in the main base anyway. There's a few little sub bits here and there, but mostly in the other dimensions, it's just fluid drills, and that's pretty much it. Heading off now. All right, no worries, Becky. Take care of yourself. I probably won't see you again for a while, but just take care of yourself. Oh, shit, the fusion reactors. You're right, Asanan. Yeah, I forgot about those. I completely forgot about that bit. These were the fusion reactors. Which, hang on, let me, how did I turn off my, oh, hang on, I was going to say, how do I turn off my night vision? Give it a minute. Because I do love the look of the fusion reactors. Come on. Especially in the dark. They look very cool. But yeah, this was where all of the fusion reactors are. And eventually we put the dimensional super assembler here, which this thing was so useful. We still had a few issues getting this working without stuff clogging up and things doing weird stuff. But eventually the fact that we could have this with the 4096 amp laser target hatch was just incredibly useful. And then we got they have the helical fusion reactor, which also looks very cool. That thing lights up as well. And I think that's everything. Anyway, right. But that is that. Triz, if you're still here, do you still want me to show you my StarTech base very quickly? Can I go bed? I'll feel better soon, Larvy. I will hopefully see you when I get back from my break. But otherwise, we are done. And of course, sorry, one last thing. The most important thing, the shameless promotion of, again, Quiet's book. If you're looking for something to read, there we go. All right, let's go and load up StarTech. But we are done. All right. Right, we'll quit that. This will be a very, very brief look at the StarTech base, because there really isn't much to see. Yeah, I agree with Guitar Lilin. We need more advertising. Launcher, please. Will you work? Yeah, for anybody who wasn't aware of this, I think most people who are here are probably aware of this anyway. But now that we've finished Monifactory, I will be taking a break from streaming for an extended period. Potentially permanent. I don't know yet. So I do want to reiterate again. I've said this before, but I've not said it for a little while. If you are subbed, let the sub slide. Like cancel the sub. Like there's no point in paying for a sub to a channel that's not streaming. And that money could be spent on yourself or another streamer. So obviously I can't force anybody to do this. But it would probably be in your best interests too. Prequel. Oh, so that's the book that you were talking about yesterday, Quiet, for going to the library. I've wanted a prequel to that book for so long, as you know. Thank you, Hyena. I hope I will as well. I'm not going to hold my breath, but... So 7,100 words down, 53,000 to go. Is that something that authors do then? You say, right, I want this book to be roughly this many words? Or is that just a kind of a rough target idea for it? Right. Anyway, this is we will very briefly show this. This is my StarTech world. There's not a lot going on in this world yet. So don't expect too much from it. Although the area that we've got built up for it is quite large. If it'll actually load in. You've reached the first MV circuits. GG Asanan. Novel writing month is November, and Miller was officially started exactly 10 years ago. There's a certain word count to make it a proper novel. Ah, okay. There we go. This is my StarTech world at the moment. I actually started down here, and then we've moved over to there, but we've still got a bunch of the... I want to leave these here because they look kind of cool. And I've got my little tree farm here, which doesn't really get used a huge amount. But this was all most of my early game stuff. Things like the large stone barrel that was doing... Like I say, most of this is semi-automated. This, I'm still having to manually move over things into there. I hate this thing, though, like the large stone barrel. The fact that we don't have any kind of compacting drawer is so frustrating for this. What else did I have automated? Things like the belt grinder. The belt grinder has actually been really useful for getting various dusts early on. This was our initial power gen. This was producing 4,900 FE per tick. All from one farm. Producing, I think, wheat. Yeah, just one farm producing wheat. And basically all that's doing is taking the wheat and feeding it into this fermenting casket, which is turning it into ethanol. And then the seeds are going into the mechanical press to be turned into seed oil, or plant oil rather. And then that's getting combined to biodiesel. And the biodiesel is getting fed into the huge diesel engines. And this is all purely being used to power this thing. Which, I don't know how many stress units this uses. Each one of these takes 30,000 stress units. And each one of these produces 12,288. So yeah, that's the power gen. Obviously the ones for automating like the early plates. Laser IO is fantastic for that, honestly. And just putting the items into there, so basically just put items into there, and then they come out down at the bottom. This never got automated. It's got a laser thing here, but I've barely used this. Cobblestone, obviously, just being made here. I've had to repurpose one of the igneous extruders. And then this was just sending that cobblestone through to turn into gravel, sand, and dust. And then this was just for... Oh, I forgot I had this in here. Huh, nice. XP is a bit of a pain to get in this pack, by the way, if you're in Peaceful. But that is for just crushing anything else. It is... Hang on, let's put these in there. And then this is just my smelting setup. Create is definitely worth using. I would definitely say Create is worth using. Like, smelting like this is... Oh, God. Hold on. Yeah, smelting is incredibly quick overall. Although the fact that those aren't... Oh, there you go. It takes a little while to smelt one stack, but if you just dump a bunch of stacks there, it will smelt all of them. Which makes it a lot quicker. I've got to do something with all this. And this is my current storage. This thing. I hate colossal chests, but it's like the only option you've got really early game. And we've also got this set up for bulk haunting, which is good for making soul sand, which you can use to get quartz or gold early on. Bulk smoking, which I don't think I've really used, and then bulk washing as well. It's relatively easy to set these up to automate with modular routers. You can't speed the routers up because you can't make speed upgrades yet, but you can make stack upgrades, so at least like dump stuff out in stacks at a time. The rest of this is just semi-automated. I made the kiln, but honestly never used it. I think I put like 1 stack of iron through there, and that's been about it. Coke oven, again, just input logs, output charcoal and creosote. These are for producing steel. These are the slight upgrade from the first blast furnaces you get. These can at least be automated. And all I need to do is put charcoal in the top, wrought iron in the bottom, and we get steel. Speaking of wrought iron, though, this is still my setup for wrought iron. I still find this much easier. Well, until recently. I still find this much easier. This is literally just an activator module. Put iron in. Gets fed down into there by the chute. Chutes are really useful as well, by the way. They're a lot cheaper than hoppers. Feeds it into there. Then as it converts, the collector picks it up and puts it into there. EBF, which you won't be at yet. And then that's all the LV machines. This is our new way of making wrought iron. With that, what else have we got? Of the earlier game stuff. This was the setup for making... I would highly recommend setting this up, by the way, and also like auto smelting it if you can as well. But the slitake, I don't know how you pronounce that. Spores, you can smelt down to create slime balls and then smelt again to make sticky resin. But the setup for this was literally just water getting fed into here. We've got an LV input bus with a mycelium spore in, and then that just converts the water into witch water, which then gets sent in from the output there into an input on the other one. And obviously wall sharing going on as well. And then that comes into here with the Slatake spores. And then that just constantly creates more of them. Yeah, my rubber, basically. So that was one of the things. That's definitely worth setting up. The mechanical sieves, as soon as you can get to these as well, these are worthwhile getting to. Although... Oh, yeah, they're not set up to run constantly, are they? Yeah, that gets a whole bunch of everything. We've got that set up with... basically forge hammers. You could do this with create as well, but I stuff like this I prefer to do with forge hammers. They take a little bit of power, but it's worth it. But yeah, forge hammers frame blackstone into the forge hammer, then gets crushed. That's creating gravel. And then that's gravel to sand, and then gravel, sand, dust. That is all of that. All of the create stuff is ran by the crushing wheels. Sorry, the windmills. That's getting us 65,536. That's what the one thing that I changed. It's usually, I believe, 8 blocks, which includes the 2 blocks that the 2 connectors are on. So 6 blocks in between them. I up that to 8. That's the one thing I change. Just because it allows me to have, have a connector in the center there. Because this is kind of my power grid. The green one is my power grid. Then you can have one in the center of a chunk, and then the next one on the edge of a chunk, and then again on the corner of a chunk, because there's 7 blocks in between. You can't do that normally. And it just annoys the hell out of me, so I usually up that to 8 blocks. But yeah, that's our power grid. That is transferring power around everywhere to various connectors. We have the 2 rock filtrators now. That's the gravel one's been going for a while. The sand one I set up yesterday, I think, so we've not got as much of the things for that. What else have I... Oh, yeah, it's got its own supply of gravel and sand as well. I don't kind of source it from elsewhere. I always make sure... If you ever do any setups like this, I will always highly recommend setting them up with their own production line for whatever goes into them, especially if or at least if it's simple. So, like, if you're having these, make sure you've got the gravel being made, like, on site. Also, why have you stopped? Oh, right, 'cause you were waiting to be refilled. Okay. Yeah, that's making our... This is something that I'm really happy we got set up. That's making skystone dust. Yeah, it's. I would always use its own sources. That way, like, it's a lot easier to manage that way. If you have if you need a specific input for a machine, so for example, these need 64 gravel every 60 seconds in order to run. I think it's 64 anyway. Might be 48. But anyway, they need 60. I think if it's 64 every so many seconds, you can then you can set up a setup that will make exactly that, and you know that there won't be any other processes that will be taking those resources away and slowing things down. You know that it will always be running as efficiently as it can. It's the same with pretty much everything. Oh, this is our lava production as well, by the way. Lava's, again, nice and easy to set up. Igneous extruder just feeding into there with a soul campfire, and that will produce lava. And then that is also producing... It was originally producing our tempered glass here and also producing steam for us. For the steam boilers that we used initially to power the steam ore processors, which have now been changed to electric ones. We are still using steam for the grinders, though. These things I would highly recommend. I would highly recommend the steam grinders early on. They are so nice. What's the lava water blocks? Which ones? If we're talking these, they're literally just blocks of source blocks of lava surrounded by framed wall boards and with a framed trapdoor on top. Oh, that looks weird. I hadn't noticed that until now. Huh. That's Resonant Ender, by the way. I love frame blocks as well. They are so nice.
Hey bro. Just going out now but enjoyed the rest of stream.
Alright, no worries, sis. I'm going to be calling it a day in a minute anyway, but enjoy wherever you're going as well. Also, nothing's arrived yet for you. I have been checking, but nothing has arrived yet. But yeah, like, always keeping a dedicated source of whatever's being processed is always a good idea. That's what I've got going on for pretty much all this. These are producing oxygen, glass, and sulfuric acid. This is still semi-automated. We still need to put in sulfur. But it is mostly automated. And then this is just getting our basic resources. This is all going to move soon. The idea, as you can see, we have a fairly chunky area laid out here. Which again follows the same kind of design as we had in the Monifactory base, with a central area with 4 areas off to the cardinal directions. But we're also going to be able to use the rest of this as well. But the plan at the minute is to have that for all the ore processing and production. And then that's going to be, I think that's going to be for where we're going to put all of our passive lines to start with. All the AE2 stuff is going to go at the back over there, I think, or possibly at the front, because I kind of want to have this be kind of almost like angled upwards from front to back, so it's kind of quite shallow at the front, and then just gets taller as it goes towards the back. And then the center is going to be for just whatever we want, and then there's going to be like corridors and stuff. I've got plans basically, and then we've also got power gen down here at the moment. This is our current power gen, which is 40 of these lapidary dynamos, each producing 2,400 RF per tick, and we are producing more than enough diamonds to deal with all of that. Again, dedicated setup here. This is sieving, all sieving sand, and again a dedicated setup. This has been, obviously, all this has been calculated, so I know exactly how much of everything I need and how much of everything we're going to get. So, like these, for example, like all 4 of these use 12. Well, to run all of these, we need 12.8 sand per second. What are the blocks under the pink red grid cables up above? Pink red grid cables. Do you mean up in this area? Yeah, we're just checking out what my StarTech base is like at the minute. Chloe's Triz wanted to see it. And I wanted to show it off as well. Not that there's a lot to show off. But yeah, Triz, which ones specifically? Thin red cables behind you. Oh, these ones. These are signal and wire. Yeah, base showcase number 2 today. Not that there's, like I say, not that there's much of a base here. We're getting to ME2, like AE2, so it's going to get a lot better soon. Blocks in the ground. Oh, these are converters. Basically, they convert RF to EU. So that's what, because we're obviously the power that we're producing it's being generated in FE, and that needs to be converted over to EU, and that's what the converters are for. These basically will convert, depending on which one you use, they'll either 1 amp, 4 amp, 8 amps, or 16 amps of the given tier, and those are basically what are going to be powering everything GregTech based. And again, I usually do the maths to know how much exactly a process is going to use, so we can minimize the amount of things needed. Was MV thing Stone A2? It's not too bad in StarTech. No, it's not bad at all, honestly. It's changed a little bit since last time I played. They've got a whole assembler for AE2 stuff now. They didn't have this before. And a lot of stuff that's made a little more difficult now. And they've got a whole bunch of alloys with Skystone, which is one of the reasons I wanted to get Skystone passived. So like now, in order to get to get these, you need to do the gold Skystone alloy, then the gold Skystone alloy, I'm assuming, is then used to make... No, am I wrong? I don't know. I'm assuming it's used to make the processors. I haven't actually looked at exactly what it's like now. Oh yeah, we need the... Okay, so you need the gold Skystone alloy plates in a forming press to make the printed logic circuits. So yeah, we're getting to 82, but we're not quite there yet. Are there any huge multi-blocks in this GT pack? Yes, there are. Oh, also, for anybody interested, the final item you have to create is Maxwell the cat, and there are a whole lot of other cats that you have to create in the process of it, which have some absolutely insane requirements, like 32 UIV field generators. But yeah, there are a lot of multi-blocks. Hold on, let me find... You got like the Abyssal Isolation Chamber. This is one of the things I really like about this as well. Some of the custom multi-blocks. The Abyssal Harvester. The Hellforge, which... I don't know where the hell I'm going to fit this, but it's got a giant bloody hand on it. And then there's the Paragon of the Veil, which I'm assuming is a smaller part of a larger multi-block. The Daydream Spire. The Oniric Relay. I have no idea how they expect that to be pronounced. Dreamlink nodes. Auxiliary boosted fusion reactors. Mark IV fusion reactor. Another auxiliary boosted fusion reactor. The bacterial hydrocarbon. Bacterial runic mutator. Bacterial breeding vat. Vibration laser engraver. Guess you need to play this pack. That Dreamlink stuff looks like a wireless power system. It does a little bit, doesn't it? But yeah, there are a lot of multi-blocks in this. An industrial fishery, hydroponic garden. I'm looking at some of these multi-blocks, I'm starting to wonder whether my base is actually going to be big enough or not. It's like, it's only 11 chunks across. Any top off, start dinner, thanks for the tour, streaming your existence. And you too, Trez, thank you for being here. Enjoy the food. I'm going to have to hop off in a minute as well. But this is one of the things I'm going to be doing off stream. Is playing a shitload of this. And a whole bunch of non-Minecraft games as well. That I have been wanting to play for a while and just haven't really been able to. But yeah, this was a real pain to do. Although the oh wait, hold on. It's gone. Bloody entity render distance. Yeah, it's actually really nice to having the randomizer bag. This thing is really cool. Because basically you just put a bunch of blocks into there, and as long as when you've got them in your hotbar, and then you can just right click with the with this to place the blocks. And it will randomize them based on what you've set. You can also use it with this as well. With effortless building. Oh, not you as well, Guitar Lilin. What did you do? Oh right, I had this issue before. It didn't show up in my Steam account straight away. Things didn't show up with Steam straight away. Hold on. Where did I have to go last time? But what did you do, Guitar Lilin? Oh, that was incredibly kind. Guitar Lilin has gifted me a copy of something I've been looking forward to for ages. Actually, a thing called I don't know if you call it a game called Outside the Blocks. You've got a bunch of things that you can use to make like these little diorama things that just look absolutely amazing. It's so much fun, and it's kind of such a nice kind of creative outlet. But yeah, thank you so much for that, Guitar Lilin. You really, really shouldn't have. But thank you. Is that? Yeah. But yeah, that is incredibly kind. That outside the blocks thing does look really cool though. And I think I've seen a few people mention it being quite good for like D&D stuff as well, and creating kind of various maps and things like that. Oh, it was absolutely my pleasure, Guitar, and thank you for being here. And I'd like to say, I hope I will be back at some point. I'm almost certain I will be, but I don't want to make any guarantees or promises. It won't be for a little while, though. It definitely won't be this year. It might be at the start of next year. I don't know. We will see. Either of those work. Till next time. I mean, it's going to be a little while before I'm going to be gone from Discord almost entirely. I will be keeping an eye on it. I will see what's going on there. So if anything important happens or needs to be taken care of, I can take care of it. And if anybody does really specifically need me for anything important, like message me and I will still reply if it's important. So anyway, but yeah, thank you everybody for all of the support. It is massively appreciated. Yeah, I don't really know what else to say. I'm not very good at these things. You'd think I would be by now. I've taken extended breaks many times before. But anyway, I am going to call it a day there. So thank you everybody for being here. Thank you everyone for all the support. Thank you everyone for just being you. And make sure you continue to be the best yous you can be, I guess. I will. And Chloe sending us off there with proving how rich they are. All right, guys. Let's go and see if... Since this is the last stream, let's see if we can actually find anybody to raid. I don't tend to raid very often anymore. Oh, God, no, that's me. Don't raid me. That guy sucks. I don't tend to raid very often anymore. Mostly, I don't even know why, honestly. But I have just lost the screen. What the hell did I just do? There it is. All right. Is anyone actually live? And preferably playing modded Minecraft, but... let's go and see Ren. Let's go and say hello to Ren quickly. So close to 50k as well. I will probably be back. Oh, and of course Ren is on a break. Or maybe we're going for a minute or two more. And did you... Oh, you actually hit it! On the last one. I'm so happy that... I don't know why I'm so happy that happened. It means nothing, but that was... That's incredibly nice to see. It's about time you hit that. All right, guys. Ren is currently on a break. I don't know how long he's been on a break for. He's been live for 8 hours, though, so... I don't know how much longer he's going to be going for. But anyway, let's go and start the raid now, Annie. But I will probably still be around Discord for the next couple of days. But after that, it will be a little while before I'm back. I will be back on Discord long before I am back at back streaming again. But anyway, let's go and say hello to Ren. As far as the raid is concerned, all I need you guys to do is copy the raid message that the bot is about to post now. Copy that message. Once we get over to Ren's, paste that into the chat there, along with... Actually, you might want to wait for a while before you post anything, because they are playing words on stream at the moment. So it might just get lost in the word spam. But we'll see. Anyway, everybody, I love all of your faces. Have an amazing, amazing rest of your day. Amazing rest of your year as well. And take care of yourselves. That last bit is the most important. All right, guys, I will see you all soon.